Good evening, everybody. You're watching America First. My name is Nicholas J. Fuentes. We have a great show for you tonight. Very excited to be back here with you tonight on Tuesday. We have a lot to talk about tonight, lots to get into. A big show. Our featured story tonight, we are once again talking about the Trump assassination plot from earlier in the summer, which apparently happened in Ankara in Turkey. We have some new information, and I think it will surprise absolutely nobody. So last night, it was first reported by the Washington Post and the New York Times that a previously known assassination plot in Turkey last month was actually a lot worse than we thought. Last month, Trump was in Turkey for a NATO summit, and when he left Turkey to return to the United States, there were some complications with the logistics. He was set to return to America on a new Air Force One jet furnished by Qatar as a gift. At the last minute, though, they switched his plans, put him on the former Air Force One jet, the original, which was not the original plan. Well, we learned yesterday that it was even more complex than this. Not only was Trump pushed onto a different plane at the last minute, but then he was also snuck out of that plane, the old Air Force One, in a catering cart. He was concealed inside of a small truck and driven out the back of that plane, where he was then brought onto a smaller military aircraft secretly, unbeknownst to the people on Air Force One and to the press who watched him enter that plane, and he was flown to the United Kingdom covertly. And all of this happened because the U.S. received intelligence about a very serious threat from Iran, and it was an attempt to assassinate Trump as he departed with a surface-to-air missile. So we covered this last night. We know about this. We'll get a load of this. We actually now have some new details about the plot today. Would you take a wild guess at which country? I don't even need to say anything else. Take a wild guess which country gave us the intelligence about this plot. So apparently, Trump is in Turkey for the NATO summit. They switch the planes at the last minute. Then they sneak him out of the back of the secondary plane onto a third plane, yet another third plane, covertly flying him to another country, Air Force One acting as the decoy. And they say they received intelligence that a man was spotted near the president's whereabouts with a shoulder-mounted surface-to-air missile, a man-pad system. Take a wild guess who told us about the plot. It was reported in the Wall Street Journal and the Times of Israel today that that country was Israel. Israel is the country. I'm not even making this up. It is the top story on the Times of Israel today. Not making this up. It's not like Tucker Carlson, who says the Hunter Biden laptop was an Israeli plot. Sure it is. Yeah. Israel put the crack pipe in his mouth. Israel lit it. Israel got Buckley into Georgetown, right? And then No, it's not like that. It's not like that where we blame Israel for everything. It's Charlie Kirk. It's Hunter Biden. No, this is in the front page of the Wall Street Journal and the Times of Israel. It was Israel that told the Secret Service about a plot, about a man outside of Trump's hotel where he was staying with a shoulder-mounted rocket. Now, Turkish intelligence told the Middle East Eye that they believe the reason Israel told us this was to derail diplomacy. As this was happening, the United States was in the MOU with Iran. And I almost wonder if the decision to resume attacks on Iran, which happened that same week, I wonder if that decision to formally end the MOU, resume attacks against Iran, which is what Israel wanted, had something to do with this recently learned intelligence from Israel about a new Iranian plot to kill Trump. That would make a lot of sense, wouldn't it? So we'll talk all about that. We'll also talk about another security threat. Today, Trump was in Ohio at the Patriot Games, which is something I believe the government's putting on for young people. And during the event, the Air Force actually intercepted an aircraft which was flying in restricted airspace over the games. And this is the fourth aircraft in the past month where this has happened. There were 3 aircraft intercepted by the Air Force in Bedminster, New Jersey over Trump's golf course in July. I don't like it. I don't like any of this. I don't like that people are talking about Trump getting assassinated. I don't like that the Air Force is launching flares, trying to divert aircraft from above Trump's golf course and the Patriot games. Because what it's looking and sounding an awful lot like is predictive programming. That's what it looks and sounds like. And I know that's conspiracy talk. I know that's speculative, but that's what it looks like. It looks like they're getting ready to drone strike Trump. I believe that's what it would look like. It's either going to be a missile, it's going to be a one-way attack drone, they're going to take him out, and then they're going to blame it on Iran. And Iran is going to deny it, and then they're going to say, well, it was a rogue element in the Iranian Revolutionary Guard that didn't want peace. The moderates, like Pezeshkian and the others, were betraying the revolution by making a peace agreement with the United States without getting everything they wanted. And so those so-called hardliners in the IRGC, to draw the United States further into the conflict and keep the war going, took a shot. And who knows, maybe it'll be successful, maybe it won't be. That's what it looks and sounds like to me. I get very, very uncomfortable. I feel very disturbed when I hear these rumblings, when I hear whispers of assassination plot. Because like I said, what that looks and sounds like to me is they are priming the pump. They've done it before. They seed the idea in the unconscious or the public consciousness so that it resides there in your mind. And then when the unthinkable happens, we call upon the memory and it's not so unthinkable. Oh, well, they were saying, oh, yeah. You know, when it happens, when it happens, people will say, oh, yeah, well, you know, it's those Iranians. They've been trying to kill Trump since 24. I read about that in the Times. I saw that on the nightly news. They've done it before. It wouldn't be the first time. So I don't like it. We'll talk all about that. Pray for Trump's safety because you know what? As much as we don't like Trump, obviously we don't want him to be assassinated for obvious reasons. But more than that, that would just be the end of like everything. If he goes, it would just be the most destabilizing thing that could possibly happen. It would force our hand to escalate against Iran. I mean, this is just like an apocalyptic event. So I pray that nothing like this happens, but it's getting serious. They took it seriously enough, and Trump confirmed the reports on the tarmac today. It's true. They snuck him out of a food truck out of the back of Air Force One after switching out from the Qatari jet to this military aircraft because they really believed that some Iranian was going to shoot a missile at Air Force One and blow it up, and the military wouldn't be able to stop it. In Turkey. That's a NATO country. That's insane. And could you imagine what would happen if either Trump's plane went down or if Air Force One went down with White House staffers and journalists? Could you imagine? I mean, God forbid. So we'll talk all about that. We're also going to talk tonight about Hassan Piker's recent comments. I told you. Hassan Piker said on a live stream earlier this week celebrating an aide for Zohran Mamdani, the mayor of New York City. One of Mamdani's aides said that it was the sacred right of the government to take private property. And then she said she can't wait to impoverish the white middle class. This is someone that works for Mamdani. Hassan Piker, reacting to the comment, said she's going beast mode. He said he loves it, and she's way cooler than Zohran Mamdani for saying it. I've been telling you guys, it's so funny. It's literally every single fucking time. I'm always ahead of everything. I'm always 6 to 9 months ahead of literally everything. And every time I am, you idiots always doubt me. Always. And you don't just doubt that I'm right, you call me a liar. That's all. I love that about this relationship. I love that about this toxic relationship. Me being so far beyond you, infinitely smarter than you, and being right 100% of the time, and you of little faith always doubting me, and not just doubting that I'm right, but calling into question my credibility and integrity every time. Because what did I say at the beginning of the year? What did I say at the beginning of the year? And even in the end of last year, I told you that the far left had ideologically captured the Israel critical movement. Did I not say it? I said this exactly. Unmatched perspicacity. I said it exactly. I said the radical left, the far left ideologues have ideologically captured the Israel critical movement. I said, and what they are doing is because the masses and throngs, the multitude who have become Israel critical because they have no ideological priors or foundation, they are being led by the far left. Because the far left is supplying a lot of the anti-Israel rhetoric and anti-Israel reporting, and they're taking leadership on the issue, they are now leading the largely non-ideological multitude who just hate Israel because of Gaza or because of various conspiracy theories. I said, and so what is happening is that people that really should be going into the far right camp, criticizing Israel from an America First nationalist point of view, from a civilizational point of view, instead, they're being led down this path. It's almost like a Pied Piper effect to becoming far left, and they're supporting other far left positions. Like they're saying hands off Greenland and hands off Venezuela and hands off Cuba, and they're saying that ICE trained with the IDF, and deporting Somali scammers is somehow a Zionist agenda, and on it went. I said, and so what we need to do this year is refine the message, and we must distinguish ourselves from the far left. I said, because now that everyone is Israel critical, and the cat is out of the bag, so to speak, the taboo has been eradicated, and now that this is common knowledge, objective completed, mission accomplished, now we actually have to distinguish ourselves from the left and say, it matters why we oppose Israel. We don't oppose Israel because it's a racist, apartheid, capitalist, settler, colonial country. No, we're against Israel because we're America. We want nationalism for our country. We want to be an independent, sovereign, strong country. We want to fight our own battles. We want to have our own interests without a foreign lobby pressuring us. And we also need to extricate ourselves from the influence of international Jewry, too. It's a civilizational issue. It's different. And a lot of people back then, they said, oh, you're talking about left and right. That's an artificial divide created by the Epstein class. Oh, you're talking about the left and the right. That's a fake divide. They're just trying to divide us. You're controlled opposition. Oh, that's not real. And so how's that far left, far right alliance going, jackass? How's that going? You got Hassan Piker saying we need to impoverish the white middle class. How's that any better than what any Jew says? I mean, literally. Hassan Piker is a Turk Muslim socialist. He says he wants to impoverish white people. He goes to Minneapolis and throws himself in between ICE and Somali foreigners that are stealing from the welfare state to send to another country. I mean, literally, how is that any better? How is that not worse, actually, than what Shapiro and Mark Levin are saying? I mean, honest to God. He is ostensibly an American and says, I want to impoverish white people. It's the state's sacred right to take white people's stuff and give it to foreign nationals from Africa to send as a remittance to Somalia. And people go, we're going to be in an alliance with them? Why? Because they're against Israel? Fuck them. Fuck those people. The DSA, the left. I will never ally with those people. And I said that when Charlie Kirk was assassinated. When Charlie Kirk was assassinated, whatever you think about it, whether you think it was Tyler Robinson or not, here's something that is indisputable that nobody talks about, and this is the checkmate. I know some people still believe it's a conspiracy. I know people think I'm controlled opposition because I don't. Here's what is not in dispute. Whoever murdered Charlie Kirk, whoever pulled the trigger, whatever you think about that, the far left celebrated. Israel didn't make them celebrate. Thousands and thousands of far left people, by all appearances, normal people that you go to work with and your kids go to school with, and they're at the PTA meetings, and they're your colleagues and your neighbors. Hundreds, thousands of those people saw a 31-year-old white man get assassinated, publicly executed in front of the world, and they smiled and gleefully laughed and celebrated because they think Charlie Kirk is a Nazi. They thought socialism sucks, big gov sucks guy was a Nazi, and the only solution for him was public execution by a vigilante. That's who we're dealing with. So fuck those people. I don't want anything to do. And I said it then. I said people that gleefully smile at that want to hurt white people and Christians and Americans, they can have nothing to do with us. I don't care what their position is on Israel. And anyway, so Hassan Piker says, yeah, we're going to impoverish the white middle class. That's awesome. And by the way, that's all these DSA leftards, all of them. The Muslim in Michigan, Al-Sayed, Zohran Mamdani, the ones in Denver, the ones that won their primary in New York City, they're all like this. It's all abolish ICE, abolish police, abolish prisons, amnesty for illegals and criminals. And then they want to tax the rich, and they want to redistribute all of the white people's money to the non-white people and the foreigners. And honestly, I don't know how that is any different or any better than the Jewish agenda for our country. We're either going to be vassals for Israel as a nation, or whites are going to be a vassal within our own country for non-white people. I mean, 6 of one, half a dozen of the other. Fuck them both. America has no future if the left wins. The right has no future if it's controlled by Israel. That's the motto. Those are the battles we're facing. Anyway, so we'll talk a little bit about that. Vindicated as always. These idiots they all want to sidle up next to Cenk Uygur and Ryan Grimm and Hassan Piker and Ilhan Omar. They hate us. They want us dead. They want to rape our country to death. That's not culture war. It's what it is. And Tucker wants us to sit down across from these people and say, totally. Oh, so true. Obviously. Obviously, these people want us dead. Anyway, so we'll talk all about that. It's going to be a good show. Before we get into it, I want to remind you to smash the follow button on Rumble, smash the like button, leave a comment. Let me know what you think about the show. Check out our merch store at Fuentes.store. We have our brand new summer collection. New hat. We got the swim trunks. I know it's a little late. These have been on sale, though, but we just got them in ourselves. You can check these out. These are pretty nice. I always leave my I have like 15 pairs of swim trunks. That's the one thing I always forget. Every time I go on a trip and I'm at a hotel with a pool or something, I always forget the swimsuit. Have to buy a new one. So check it out. Fuentes.store. If you want to support the show, subscribe at AmericaFirst.plus. $100 a month to get access to the group chat. $15 a month to get the archive. RSS feed, MP3 format, all that stuff. Also, I'm not going to be here tomorrow and Thursday. I'll be back on Friday. Going to be doing a little collab. Going to be doing a little big collab. I think you'll be excited for this one. It's going to be a good one. It's not Joe Rogan. Okay, let's not get crazy. That's the one question I get asked. When are you going to do Rogan, bro? When he invites me to. You'll know. You'll know. That's the one every time. It's always, it's Rogan. Well, we'll see. No, but not this time. So I'm going to be out of town, but it's worth it. It's worth it. I'll be back on Friday. Okay, with that out of the way, we're going to dive in. One other thing, I may cover the Candace Owens debate this Friday. Very excited that they finally ironed out the details and they're going to do it. Send Andrew Wilson your energy. This is the big moment, and history is watching. Andrew Wilson is holding it down for all of us truth seekers, all of the rational people. I'm excited for this one because this is like the first time she's been publicly confronted, I think like ever. She did the Erica Kirk thing behind closed doors. She won't debate anybody else. So now let's see it. Time to put up or shut up. Now we're going to see this one. It's going to be good. That'll be on Friday. I might live stream it if it happens. We'll see. Maybe I'll do a recap afterward. I'm not sure yet, but I think that'd be a lot of fun to cover it live. And I'm rooting for Andrew, praying for his victory. He's really come a long way, and not to be patronizing at all, but I remember him and I used to have beef a long time ago. And he was saying, you know, I'm going to be the champion. I'm going to be a big debater. I'm going to be a star. I remember this. I remember years ago, he was in a Discord server. We had a big falling out because he was talking all this trash and saying, I'm going to be a big streamer. And you know what? He is. To his credit, worked his ass off. Wife supported him every step of the way, was smart and tactical. And you know what? I give him his due. It's honestly been incredible to watch his ascendancy. So I'll be magnanimous and I'll be gracious and I'll say all the congratulations in the world on his success. Joe Rogan twice, big debate on Friday. And I really hope he goes out and kills it because he represents the truth on this one. And somebody has to do it. So God bless him. So I'm rooting for him. I'm praying for him, praying for a crushing victory, not a lame victory. I am praying for a total victory. I want it to be extremely one-sided. And I think he could pull it off. He's a pretty solid debater. Very good. So, and he's got a lot of experience. It's kind of what he does. So we're rooting for him. It's going to be good stuff. Like I said, I think I'll cover that Friday. I don't know what time they're doing it, but I'll be tuning in whether we do it live or not. Okay, with that out of the way, we're going to dive in. And I guess we'll just start with the Hassan Piker thing, just because I need to go in on this a little bit. You know, this is what I've been talking about basically all year. And I was one of the first people to clock this. I was one of the very first and early people to say this was happening. And I guess we'll start with the story, which is that it's not really a big deal. It's really just more like a comment. The other day, Hassan Piker's on his live stream on Twitch, and he's reacting to a recently unearthed comment by one of Zohran Mamdani's political aides, some woman. And she said, it is the sacred right of the state to take private property. And in another statement, she said that she can't wait to impoverish the middle class. This is an aide to Zohran Mamdani. Hassan Piker, who's a big booster of Zohran, and he was at all the victory parties for the DSA Zohran-backed primary candidates in New York a couple months ago when they held their primary on the Democrat side. Hassan Piker, responding to the aide, said, oh, that's beast mode. He said she's way cooler than Zohran. And he basically insinuated that he respects Zohran because even though Zohran doesn't sound as radical as her, he is playing the long game. He's only not saying things like that because he's being strategic. Hassan says Zohran is surrounded by people like that that are cooler than him. Hassan says, but that's okay because I respect what he is doing. These are the comments. This is how cocky the left is getting. And earlier in the week, AOC is on television. She says, oh, woke one, we were all a little bit crazy. They're giving the game away. Okay, it's not hard to see what is going on. Zohran Mamdani's aide says impoverish white people. Hassan Piker says that's awesome, and I understand why Zohran can't say things like that because he's being smart about it. The Democratic candidate for Senate in Michigan has a deleted YouTube channel from 6 years ago where he's saying, get rid of the Second Amendment. I hate fireworks, and I hate Mackinac Island, and I hate the 4th of July. They say that doesn't reflect his real views. You have a DSA candidate for governor in Wisconsin, this Chinese woman, Asian woman, who says she hates Thanksgiving and she hates her white children and she hates Christmas and she hates America. You've got a DSA candidate in New York who says she didn't have a napkin, so she wiped her hands on the American flag. AOC says, oh, well, that was all woke one. That was all woke 1.0. We all got a little carried away. We were all a little bit crazy. This is woke 2 now. What is woke 2? What is this left-wing thing they're putting forward? What is this new thing that is taking shape in the country between Zohran Mamdani in New York, Hassan Piker on the West Coast, Al Sayed in Michigan, Hong in Wisconsin. Well, it's very obvious. And what they are simply doing is they're taking all of the radical anti-American, anti-white, queer liberation, feminist socialist politics or ideology, and they're simply hiding it now. That's it. They're simply hiding it and burying it and couching it in all of this other flowery rhetoric, very cynical, about Medicare for all and preventing insider trading among politicians and taking money from Israel and giving it to working people and affordability. It's really as simple as that. It's a Trojan horse. Like from that movie, like from that big movie that just came out. That is as simple as it gets. The conceit is as simple as this. Zohran Mamdani is a radical. He is in New York state government. He's in the New York state capitol screaming that ICE is the Gestapo, and he's an Indian from Uganda, and he wants to abolish ICE, and he thinks Trump is a fascist, and he wants to take money from white people and give it to brown people. He's got an aide that says we're going to impoverish the white middle class, but what he presents as, the face that he brings to the public is he's making a play for Trump supporters. He's an affable guy. He's fixing a water fountain. He installed a seesaw in Times Square. He's really just a man of the people. He likes the Mets, and he rides a subway like everybody else, and he likes the Knicks. And he's out there, and he's just a man for all seasons. And the same thing with Al Sayed in Michigan. He's out there, and his platform says nothing of wokeness. The platform is money out of politics, money in your pocket, Medicare for all. And that's supposed to sound great, right? Yeah, stop the corruption, prevent the insider trading, stop the gerrymandering, stop all these corrupt things that are going on. And instead, make housing and healthcare free and affordable. Who could have a problem with this? Except that you've got the YouTube channel from 6 years ago saying, I want to abolish the Second Amendment and make healthcare a human right, and I hate the 4th of July, and get rid of fireworks, and I hate the most American island in Michigan. And it goes on and on and on like this. And Hassan Piker basically said it himself. He said, I like Zohran. He surrounds himself with people cooler than him, and I respect him for what he's doing. What is it that he's doing? Well, he's surrounding himself with people as radical as he is. And the reason that they are subsidiary to him, the reason they are adjacent to him, the reason they can't be in his position is because having said those things makes them a liability. It would be toxic. He surrounds himself with those people because it reflects his politics, but he's doing the smart thing, which is concealing how radical his politics really are, which is just as bad as everybody else, just as bad as Chevalier, who wants to wipe her dirty, disgusting paws on the American flag, just like the aide who wants to take all white people's shit. It's a sacred right of the communist government. And this is something that I have been saying for a long time here, which is that after October 7th, we got caught up in raising awareness about the influence of Israel, which, by the way, I think was a necessary step in the process. Let's not forget that prior to October 7th, you could not talk about Jews. You could not talk about Israel. You certainly couldn't criticize them. You couldn't say anything negative about them, anything that could be construed as conspiratorial or stereotypical. We all remember what happened to Ilhan Omar when she said all about the Benjamins. And we remember these kinds of things and how people were isolated, canceled, made an example out of. After October 7th, it became simultaneously a left-wing cause and a Muslim cause to bring awareness to what was happening in Gaza. And this was unavoidable because that Israel, that its ethno-nationalist, Jewish supremacist government led by the Likud party under Netanyahu, that it was actively trying to exterminate and genocide a population of indigenous Arab Muslims, it's unavoidable that the left and Muslims were going to bring attention to this in their locus of power, in their loci of power. Muslims were out demonstrating. The Muslim countries were criticizing and intervening. The left was mobilized on the campuses. The left-wing flank inside the Democratic Party was vocal about this. Understand something. Because the left has cultural hegemony, only they were able to take this issue out of the dark and into the light, right? The right was very critical of Jews and Israel for a long time, but what was the far right called? Nazis. Why? Because the left has cultural and moral hegemony. And so any right-wing critic of Israel or Jews was branded by left-wing institutions like the SPLC, the ADL, backed up by Hollywood and the NGOs and the Democrats as Nazis, anti-Semites, Hitler lovers, white supremacists. It was never going to be midwifed into the mainstream by the right. The right didn't have the cachet to do it. And the right was gun-shy, couldn't touch it. But the left, because of their moral and cultural hegemony, they alone could bring into the mainstream on liberal grounds. The left could say, listen, we're not after Jews and we're not after Judaism, and nobody could credibly say that we are because we're the left. We're not Hitler, we're the farthest thing from it. The left said this is about genocide against the oppressed, against those indigenous Arab Muslims, and this is being done by a racist state allied with the Republican Party and Trump. And so they alone were able to erode the taboo which they themselves created. Because the taboo against criticism of Jews and Israel and their projects really came from the left in its response to the Holocaust and Nazism and all these things. So the left brought it to the forefront, as did their allies, the Muslims. The Muslims, for somewhat different reasons, they're allied because they are kin with the Palestinians, obviously. The Palestinian national cause is near to the hearts of Muslims and Arabs for obvious reasons. And Muslims, being a protected minority, being one of these protected, oppressed, privileged minority groups, being both non-white and non-Christian, they also have this cultural cachet. So throughout 23, 24, and 25, it was really the left and Muslims that were bringing criticism of Israel into the mainstream and allowing people like me to rise, allowing ideas like mine to gain sympathy. And you hear suddenly lefties and liberals like Anna Kasparian and others starting to sound like Nick Fuentes. People like Hassan Piker starting to sound like Nick Fuentes. People like AOC and Ilhan Omar starting to sound like Charlottesville, starting to sound like David Duke, like the far right. Necessary step in the process. And as people got red-pilled about Jews and Israel, it became just a matter of fact. Like I said, earlier in the year, I think it's safe to say that most people are now against Israel. Most people are now aware of the relevant facts. Most people, at the minimum, are not constrained by the taboo around the discussion of these issues. They're able to think about these issues clearly. But what I started to notice happening late last year and early this year is how, because the left took leadership over the issue, what that has afforded them is an opportunity, which is to say, because the Israel issue has taken center stage and has become very important to people, and because the left is the faction that brought it into the mainstream, they are now able to monopolize the issue. It's gained them credibility. And now they are able to steer, I think, a lot of non-left people, non-ideological people into some of their other ideas, some of their bad ideas. And so what do I mean by this? Well, there was a time when, let's say, the left and the far right and the Muslims are all united saying we should not be supporting a genocide in Gaza. Okay. And we're saying we should not enter a war with Iran. Agreed. And we should not give foreign aid to a country like Israel. Absolutely. And AIPAC should not belong in politics. Great. But then things started to change around last year. I think it's fairly obvious that Tyler Robinson killed Charlie Kirk, and you might not agree with that. But a left-wing guy kills Charlie Kirk, and the left says, no, he wasn't one of ours. He wasn't a left-wing tranny lover who got radicalized by Luigi Mangione and Thomas Crooks, because then the left would be at fault. And maybe the right-wing Trump government would destroy the left if that were the case. The left said, no, that wasn't us, that was Israel. And you go, wait a second, I'm not so sure about that one. Is it okay? Sure, Israel's driving our foreign policy. Yes. They got Trump elected. Yes. They switched sides. People like Bill Ackman and Ronald Lauder decapitated leadership at Harvard and UPenn. They got Trump elected so that Trump would give them the bombs to kill Palestinians, and Trump gave them their war in Iran, and Miriam Adelson gave them. Okay, yeah. We're all good on that. But Israel killed Charlie Kirk, not the left-wing tranny-loving nut job. I don't know about that one. And let's even put that aside for a second. Whoever killed Charlie Kirk, you might not agree. The left certainly celebrated it, did they not? The left celebrated. Not their leadership, which recognized the peril that they were in, but the rank and file. Yeah, there were teachers and nurses and college professors and ordinary left-wing people that said, yeah, the asshole got what was coming to him. Charlie Kirk was like a moderate right-winger. Charlie Kirk was a moderate right-winger, a Christian, a young husband and father of children. He got publicly executed in front of thousands of college students, and ordinary left-wingers saw this evil carnage, and they instinctually laughed. That was their first response, was to gloat and laugh and grin and say he deserved it and say other people should die too. And you go, so now that's an Israel issue. We're not going to talk about this. Let's not talk about the fact that Luigi Mangione assassinated the healthcare CEO. And there's a couple of left-wing nut jobs that tried to kill Trump. And plausibly, a left-wing nut job killed Charlie Kirk. Certainly thousands of left-wing people celebrated. And a left-wing person might have started the fire in the Palisades. We're going to ignore the rising tide of left-wing violence? The terrorism against ICE facilities, the terrorism against Tesla, because Elon Musk tried to cut the budget. Elon Musk didn't try to exterminate minorities. He tried to cut the deficit. And they set his cars on fire and firebombed Tesla dealerships. ICE is trying to remove the 10 million people Biden brought in, and they're trying to shoot ICE agents and blow up ICE facilities and raid detention facilities. And all of this we're going to ignore, and we're going to say Israel. And you go, wait a second, yeah, not so fast. No, this is a problem. The left is violent. They do organize. DSA has swelled from like 10,000 members to 100,000 members in 10 years. This is a problem. No, they don't want to talk about it. It's Israel. Okay. Fast forward to Venezuela. Trump extradites Nicolas Maduro, which gives us control over Venezuela's oil resources, potentially unlocking 4 to 6 million barrels of oil per day that the United States can use. And Venezuela is also an ally of China and Russia. Obviously, we're heading towards a world war. It doesn't favor the United States to have allies of Russia and China in our hemisphere. Classic Monroe Doctrine. And people say that was an Israeli operation. To extradite Maduro, which had no U.S. casualties, cost us nothing, didn't result in a protracted conflict, reoriented an ally of Beijing, a communist country, to the United States. In the furtherance of the Monroe Doctrine, they said, yeah, that's an Israeli operation because Maduro didn't like Israel. Okay, well, Maduro was giving oil and trading with Israel up until about 5 years ago, 6 years ago. But of course, Maduro's a socialist. And the far left in this country has always had solidarity with the socialist governments in Latin America, in Nicaragua, El Salvador, Cuba, Bolivia, Venezuela. So now all of a sudden, think of what is happening. First, you had left, right, and Muslims saying, yeah, don't support the genocide. Don't support war with Iran. Don't support AIPAC and foreign aid. But now it's left-wing violence isn't real. It's all Israeli conspiracies. Hands off Venezuela. Maduro's an ally in the fight against Israel. He's a left-wing socialist allied with China. And then when those protesters got killed by ICE in Minneapolis, people said, well, that's Israel too, because ICE trained with Israel. And Israel wants you to not like the Somalis. And you go, well, what the fuck does Israel have to do with what's happening in Minneapolis? Why were ICE and CBP surged to Minneapolis in the first place? It's because we uncovered that Somali Muslims were stealing billions of dollars from the state to buy exotic cars and siphon the money to their home country. That's why ICE and CBP were there. That's why Department of Homeland Investigations and DOJ was in the city. It was to get to the bottom of all the fraud that was going on, which, by the way, bears remarkable similarity to what's happening with Israel. You have a group of people that are technically citizens, loyal to a foreign country, stealing taxpayer money to send it to the home country. Is that not what Jews in Israel do? That's what Somalis are doing in Minneapolis. ICE is deployed to get to the bottom of it and arrest these people. Hassan Piker is there, one of our far-left anti-Israel allies, to get in the way of ICE so that these foreign nationals can remain here stealing government money and threatening that if the Attorney General of Minnesota cracks down on the fraud, they'll sue for racism. Now, if ICE shuts that down, if some fanatical lunatic protester gets shot throwing herself in front of an ICE vehicle with her car, now that's an Israeli conspiracy too. So think about it. It went from, yes, we are against genocide. Yes, we're against war with Iran. Yes, we're against AIPAC. We're against foreign aid, to now we have to ignore left-wing violence. That's not real. It's an Israeli conspiracy. Ignore Luigi Mangione. Ignore Thomas Crooks. Ignore the pro-Ukraine guy at Mar-a-Lago. Ignore Tyler Robinson and the hundreds and thousands that celebrated. And also, hands off Venezuela. Maduro's our closest ally. And also, no human beings illegal on stolen land. Get ICE out of Minneapolis. And you go, wait a second. So the left is using Israel to steer everybody into the left. And they're saying that every left-wing cause is against Israel. And these things are one. If you're against Israel, you're left-wing. And then when these 3 DSA candidates got elected in New York, they were pretending this was about AIPAC. 3 radical DSA candidates get elected, backed by Zohran Mamdani in their primary in New York. And on each of their campaign websites, it says abolish ICE, abolish prisons, queer liberation, abortion on demand, eat the rich, wealth tax. At the victory party, they're chanting, fuck AIPAC. Ryan Grimm from Dropsite says anyone that's against this is in favor of Netanyahu. You have to support this or you're on Team Israel. And you go, wait a second. We're not the left. And there started to be this idea around the beginning of this year that because the right and the left were both against, the far right, I should say, because the far right and the left were both against Israel, that we could put all the differences aside and we could unite. Everything else was just culture war. And as a matter of fact, not only this, the right and left divide isn't real, and it was never real. They take it further. They say not only are the right and the left going to unite on the basis that they oppose Israel, they said, no, the right and the left doesn't exist. As a matter of fact, it never existed. They say right and left never existed. It was always a conceit created by the billionaire class to divide the workers. And you say, this is just classical Marxism. This is just classical Marxism. You're telling me the bourgeoisie invented race, gender, ideology so that they could trick the proletariat into fighting each other? Workers of the world, you have nothing to lose but your chains. This is just classical Marxism. No, sorry, the right and the left do exist. They have existed since the French Revolution, at least. There are meaningful differences. And by the way, people on the left believe in leftism. They are ideological socialists. They are ideological Marxists or Maoists or whatever. They do hate America. They do hate the founding fathers. They do want to take stuff from white people and give it to non-white people. They don't believe in borders. They don't believe in gender differences. They do believe in queer liberation. These are their beliefs. But they're started on our side. There was this idea that came into vogue because of idiots like Dan Bilzerian and Tucker Carlson who said, no, we can work with those people. We can work with the open borders, socialist, feminist, queer liberation, new left, because what matters is they're against Israel and they want to raise taxes on the rich. And I'm being called controlled opposition for saying, no, I don't want to ally with those people. I have nothing in common with these people. Just because they're against Israel doesn't make them part of our team. As a matter of fact, they're not even against Israel for the same reasons. And this is the case in point. Someone like Hassan Piker might be the poster child. He might be the left-wing analog to me. If the DSA are infiltrating the they are the far left infiltrating the center left, represented by a Gen Z live streamer like Hassan, the analog is the Groypers infiltrating the Republican establishment, led by a Gen Z streamer like me. I mean, who else would it be? Clearly, Hassan is like the Nick Fuentes analog. And what does Hassan Piker say? If anybody were to ally and bring together the right and the left, it would be someone like me and someone like him. But he is literally out there cheerleading, saying, yeah, we're going to take stuff from white people. We're going to impoverish not the rich, we're going to impoverish the white middle class. So these left-wing Turk roaches, these left-wing scumbags, they see your slice of Mayberry. They see your humble abode out in the suburbs. They see your white picket fences. They see your little white children playing in the yard with the dog. They see you driving your convertible to golf on the weekend. They see this beautiful picture of what America used to be, hot dogs and baseball and ice cream, and they hate it, and they want to take it from you and destroy it. They're literally saying, we can't wait to take all that stuff from you. You have it too good. You've had it too good for too long. Rich, white, male Americans are the most privileged exploiters in all the history of class warfare. And we can't wait to come for those rich white suburbs and your country clubs and your golf courses and your playgrounds. We can't wait to come for all of that stuff. Take it and give it to all of these Somalis, the Haitians, the Egyptians, the Arabs in Dearborn, Michigan. Give it to the black people. Give it to the Hispanics. Give it to everybody else. Those people are my enemy. Those that would want to take this from us, yeah, those people are our enemies. Those people that want to take our prosperity, our way of life, our culture, our identity, and literally our territory, disenfranchise us by outnumbering us and then taking our stuff, those people are our enemies too. I don't have more in common with them than the things that set us apart. No, quite the opposite. We have exactly one thing in common. We have exactly everything against each other and one thing in common. You want our cities to be covered in graffiti, to smell like weed. You want criminals stealing cars and crashing them through the front windows of luxury stores and for them to all run away from the cops. You don't want cops. You don't want prisons. You want illegal aliens pouring over the border, and then you want them to get free health care at the emergency room. You want us to pay for their kids' schooling and daycare and food and lunches and phones. That's what you want. You want to tear down statues of Christopher Columbus and George Washington and erect statues of Fred Hampton and Karl Marx. So you hate Christianity, you hate European civilization, you see us as colonizers, you hate the United States of America because you see it as the crusader, capitalist, colonial, white supremacist nation of all time. We have nothing in common except for exactly one thing, which is that we both happen to be against Israel because we both happen to think that exterminating people is wrong. And that is where the similarities end, my friend. That is where the similarities begin and end. Yes, we are both against Israel bombing 100,000, mostly civilians. Yes, we are against Israel indiscriminately using 2,000-pound bombs on a densely populated residential area. Yes, we don't want another war in the Middle East over fake WMDs. That's about where the differences begin and end, with someone like Chevalier, who says she wipes her paws on the American flag. And El Sayed, who says he hates the 4th of July in Mackinac Island, and Hong, who says Thanksgiving and Christmas are colonizer holidays. And Mamdani, who hires people that say, we're going to impoverish the white middle class. It's a sacred right of our government. I have nothing in common with those people. And so we're between a rock and a hard place as the nationalist right. And this is what we need to watch out for. I am not a part of the Israel Jew-controlled Republican Party. I'm not part of the Randy Fine, Mark Levin, Ben Shapiro, Yoram Hazony, Straussian, Judeo-Christian Zionist machine that wants to elect Republicans to make America bow to Israel and the Noahide laws. I'm also not on the side of the radical left communists that want to destroy America with mass migration, outnumber us with mass migration so they can elect a vanguardist party to take all my stuff and my way of life. That's an existential threat to me too. This is why I've said all year, this is a year when we have to distinguish ourselves from the left and we have to win as the right. I'm not forfeiting to the left. I'm not going to give the left leadership of the anti-Israel movement. No, sorry, we're not all going to join the left-wing socialist movement because they're against Israel. And we're going to recuse ourselves from the culture war. Why do we have to? When we say, oh, that's all culture war, what we mean is we're going to let the left have open borders. We're going to let the left have abortion on demand and socialist feminism. We're going to let the left have queer liberation. We're going to let the left get rid of voter ID so they can outnumber us forever. We're going to let the left abolish ICE in prisons. Oh, but the left is going to not go to war with Iran, maybe. And that's a pill we have to swallow. I don't think so. No, I want to win as the right. I want to talk to Israel critical masses as the right. I'm not against Israel because they're a settler, colonial, racist apartheid state. I'm against Israel because I'm an American. Because I'm America first, because America is a distinct people and a distinct nation with a distinct culture and values. And we should have control over our own destiny, and it is ours. And we should enrich ourselves. I do believe in capitalism, and I do believe in Western, white, Christian civilization. I think it's good. I want to expand it. I want to increase it. So I don't want to shut down Israel because it's distracting us from taking care of all the illegals. Money out of Israel, money into the pockets of illegal aliens. Yes, we need to stop paying for Israel's wars so we could send more money to Somalia. We got to stop paying for Israel's wars so we could take care of more illegal Venezuelans in emergency rooms. No, I don't think so. We need to stop fighting Israel's wars so we could secure our border, kick out the illegals, shut down the criminals in our country. We want to beautify our cities. We want to secure our economic and strategic interests with our military. We want to make our country great rather than Israel. The left just wants to destroy America. They want to stop making Israel great so they can focus on ruining America. I want to stop making Israel great so we could focus on making America great. That's the program. So this is why I say, and it's funny because earlier in the year, people said that I was, not only did they disagree with this, they said I was controlled opposition for saying this. They said, as I said before, right and left is fake. It never existed. And as a matter of fact, it was always a creation. It was always a spook created by the billionaire class to divide the workers. So they said, if Nick Fuentes is pushing right and left, anyone talking about right and left, that person's with Israel. That is delusional. And that is an us against them mentality. It's a rhetorical trick that is meant to capture all of these people against Israel for the left. And I'm not falling for that. I never fell for that. And the difference is that I actually have an ideological foundation. Unlike some of these other people, I know what I'm about and I know who I am, and I know you guys do too. We know what we're about here. So no, I don't see Hassan impoverished the white middle class Piker as an ally because he's against Israel. He's one of the worst human beings alive. Abusing dogs. He says America deserves 9/11. He's talking glibly about assassinating politicians because they want to, what? They want austerity or fiscal responsibility. I mean, this guy is the scum of the earth. He's a Turk roach. I will never ally with him. I will never ally with his fucking fat slob uncle. I will never ally with the whore that's on the show either. I'll never ally with the Young Turks. And you want to know why? Because the Young Turks, they're all about the right-left unity until you start to say, hey, how about we close the fucking borders? And then they go, whoa, 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 we got to iron out the specifics. Oh, that's really complicated. Cenk Uygur had on Joe Kent, and Cenk said, yeah, you know, I can't ally with the right if they're against immigrants. It's like Joe Kent is not against immigration. Joe Kent is a CIA officer who was a Bernie bro in 2020. Fuck Joe Kent. He was a Bernie bro 6 years ago. He's one of them. Tucker Carlson brings on Hunter Biden. Oh, we're gonna come together against the Epstein class. Epstein class. Hunter Biden wrote a letter of recommendation for Buckley Carlson to get into Georgetown. It doesn't get swampier than that. Yeah, Hunter Biden and Tucker, two totally normal Americans, right? The son of the former president and the son of the director of Voice of America. Yeah, those are two just normal Americans. And listen, I liked Hunter and everything, but I mean, what a charade for them to sit down and say, this is the right-left unity ticket. I mean, what an insult to anybody's intelligence. I want no part of it. I am a right-winger. So, you know, these other people, they think we're going to waltz up to the left and convince them Hitler did nothing wrong or something. It's just totally insane. That's literally, these were the conversations I had with Dan Bilzerian. I said, the left is our enemy. They want to kill us. They're against whites. They're never going to be on our side. And he goes, well, they're just being tricked by the Jews. And we're just going to explain to them that Hitler had the right idea. I'm like, okay, man, good luck with that. Good luck with that, bozo. I'm 45 years old, and last year I decided to start paying attention to politics without any education. So 100% vindicated. And you see, as these people are picking up steam, the mask is slipping. Al-Sayed, Mamdani, Hong, Hassan Piker, all these people, the mask is slipping right off. They can barely conceal how much they hate white people, what their real agenda is. And it's very clear, this is the mother of all Trojan horses. They're going to get elected under the banner of affordability, anti-Trump, Israel critical. They're taking advantage of the issues of the day. And what they're getting past the goalie is all of this other crap. Abolish ICE, abolish the cops, legalize weed, abortion until 9 months, which is what they have in Massachusetts now. You can abort a pregnancy when it's about to pop out of the womb. And who's in favor of this? We're going to wreck America to make sure that Israel doesn't get its foreign aid? Here's an idea. Let's stop the foreign aid and fix America. I'm not falling for that. So, no, the left is still our enemy. It's not fake. They actually believe it. Though, believe it or not, those people exist and they believe in what they are saying. We are the suckers that don't believe hard enough. This is maybe the brutal truth. This is the tough pill to swallow. The difference between us and them is that they actually believe in their bones what they're saying. That's why they're willing to set themselves on fire outside of an embassy. You don't do that unless you really believe. A guy doesn't go out and self-immolate in front of the embassy unless he really believes in his bones the genocide is ongoing and it's wrong. Guy doesn't go and shoot Charlie Kirk knowing he's going to die or go to jail forever unless he believes in his bones there's a trans genocide going on and Charlie Kirk is causing the harm. Okay, these people believe it. Maybe Hassan Piker, I think he's a cynical grifter. He doesn't believe a word he says. But these people really, in their bones, they hate whites. They hate our civilization. And the difference is they're willing to go the distance to hurt us, to take our stuff, in some cases to kill us. And we are just trying to compromise. We're going out of our way to try to get these people to like us. Marjorie Taylor Greene goes on The View. Bitch, what are you doing on The View? They hate you. They think you're an ignorant hillbilly. Those pigs on The View, they hate you. And they hate you because of what you are. They hate you because of the way you talk, because of the way you look. They see your bleach blonde hair. They hear the way y'all talk like this. And they hate you because of that. Because to them, that represents white people whom they hate. That represents lower class white people who they think are ignorant, racist, backwards, hillbillies, white supremacists. And she wants to go on the show and kiss their ass because she wants them to like her. Tucker Carlson doing the same thing. Do you remember when Antifa tried to kick Tucker Carlson's front door down in Washington, D.C.? Does he remember that? The way he talks about my wife, and all. Bro, do you forget that 5 years ago, you were crying about how your wife was hiding with the children as Antifa literally tried to kick your fucking front door down in Washington, D.C. because they would have broke down your front door and killed your family? Why? Because you're against mass migration? Because you talked about the Great Replacement? They hate you. And now Tucker wants to race over to the left and kiss their ass and glaze them. And it goes on and on with these people. We have to start to believe in our bones in what we are saying. The truth of our religion, the truth of our civilization, the truth of our civilizational inheritance. And its superiority. Yes, actually. Yes, our way of doing things is better. The Western way is better than the way of the Orient. The Greek way, the Roman way is better than the way of the Orient. Yes, Christianity is better. Yes, our civilization is better. Yes, we have to be willing to fight and die for our civilization the way the left is willing to fight and die to take it away from us. The way that these aggrieved, vengeful, resentful, jealous minorities fight and die to try to come here to tear us down and take our stuff and humiliate us and desecrate everything that we hold sacred. Yeah, we have to take it a little bit more seriously. This is why I don't listen to these ignorant slobs like Jake Shields and Dan Bilzerian. Where were these people for the past 15 years? Hey, fuckhead, our country's been taken away from us for 60 years through degeneracy, mass migration, corruption. And these grown children, these man children, they only started paying attention until what? It got on their Instagram feed 2 years ago? And now, because Jake Shields is a deadbeat dad and because Dan Bilzerian is 45 years old with nothing to show for it other than shrunken testicles, now they want to be the same. Oh, now we're going to take an interest in it. Where have you been? Where were you when Obama was wrecking shit? Where were you when BLM burned down all the cities? Where were you when they locked us in our houses and forced us to get the vaccine? Where were you when they let in 10 million illegals? Everything that matters, everything that is sacred has been under assault for our entire lives, for generations. And the ignorant and the apathetic, the hedonistic, they simply don't know, don't care. Nothing has changed. They still don't know and don't care. So I'm not going to be lectured by a dyke comedian, some fake poker player, a numbnuts. I'm not going to be lectured. Oh, right and left was never real.
No, that's
I'm sorry.
funny.
What did you? This is not an MMA gym. I don't know where you came in here from. Are you lost or something? That's the difference. So if we're going to win as the right, and we're going to win with Gideon's army. Give me the 300. Give me the 300 that are going to fight the Persians. Okay, give me the 300 in the story of Gideon in the Bible. We need the smaller group that is going to actually fight and die. And I don't mean, necessarily literally in a physical violent battle, but I mean, give me the people that are actually here for the right reasons, who know what's at stake, who know what's on the line, that know what they're fighting for, what's behind them, what matters. That is the vanguardist type of movement that we need, because that is what they have on the left. On the left, they have these true believer socialists, and they are fighting. They have done the long march through the institutions. They've been doing it for a long time. And we need to do the same on the right and not lose sight of things. Okay? Jewish civilization is alien to the West. What they're doing is alien to our project. So is what is happening on the new left. So is what is happening with these cultural Marxists, left-wingers, socialists, this mass migration plot. We have to fight as our own side, which is for Western white Christian civilization, for an American Renaissance. That's the difference. So I said that from the beginning of the year, and everybody said, oh, that's controlled opposition. Oh, you don't believe they killed Charlie Kirk? Oh, you're controlled op. And it's just the level of ignorance. You know, it shouldn't even be possible. But anyway, so that's that. We're going to move on. We're going to get into our other story, which is about, you know, we might even just take a look at the super chats, to tell you the truth. Only because I don't really care that. I mean, the Trump assassination plot, it is what it is. We kind of already talked about it. We might just move on, take a look at the super chats. So anyway, that's just a little discussion of what has been going on this year, what's been going on for many years. And I said it at the beginning of the year, did I not? I said, this is the contour of the battle lines. I said, we're going to lose people. We're going to get attacked. This is going to be their approach. I said, but we have to fight for some distinction here in recognition of the battle that's coming up. And it's going to be a two-way fight. We're going to be fighting the Vance Teal people on one side. We're going to be fighting the progressive left on the other. We have to win as the America First nationalist right. I said it at the very beginning of the year. But, oh, anyone talking about right and left is controlled opposition. No, if you think that, you just have no idea what is going on. You don't have the vaguest clue what is happening. So anyway, that's that. We're going to move on. We're going to take a look at our super chats. We'll see what you guys have to say about all this. All right. Let me see. It's so disheartening to see that. I've been doing this for how long? And people that got red pilled literally a year ago waltz in here and go, oh, this guy doesn't know what he's talking about. I was doing this for 10 years. It's my entire adult life is staked on this. I've not known peace. I've not known any simplicity. You have no idea. Since I graduated high school, this is what I've sacrificed. Has been my life. And you've got grown men never paid attention to anything that matters. Their religion, their ancestry, their heritage, their culture, art, anything that matters. You know, they come around since last year because it's the viral thing people are talking about. Oh, this guy doesn't know what he's talking about. I think the right and left is a fake divide. Duh. I mean, it's just these people, they're lower than dirt. Anyway, we're going to move on. We're going to take a look at the super chat, see what you guys have to say about all this.
Goiling 225 sent $20. What do Muslims call a shepherd? A pimp.
Nice, I get
Chicago
it.
Bro I've sent $50. Nick had a rough breakup 3 months ago and I'm all fucked up because I wanted to have a big Catholic family. Kids in my early 20s and I'm already 24. Hard to be optimistic, but I try to trust God.
Say that again. Rough breakup. I want to have a big Catholic family. Kids, I'm already 24. Hard to be optimistic. Well, I'm sorry to hear that. Listen, my friend. Got to just get back in the game. Got to just get the reps up, man. Cold world out there. It's a cold world out there. But you just got to keep putting yourself out there. You'll find the one. People are replaceable. What you find is that the vast majority of people are completely replaceable. And so you just got to find somebody else. Not a big deal. 24 is still young. I mean, and listen, you only got to find one. You just got to find one woman. There's not many good women out there. You just need to find one. That's the good news. And you never know what's around the corner. You really never know. You ever see 500 Days of Summer? I haven't seen it. I just see the TikTok clips when he goes, what's your name? Autumn. He looks at the camera. Well, I never saw you. Well, you didn't know I was right in front of you because you weren't looking for me, right? So that's the TikTok. That's a clip from the movie. So, you know, hard to be optimistic, but I'm trying to trust God. And listen, not to sound sacrilegious, but like, and I'm not sacrilegious, but this is a mentality thing. No, we don't need to go to a religious cope and say, you just got to put yourself out there. Okay? Find another girl. Just get the reps up. Approach more girls. Get on the apps. Go to a matchmaker. Just got to get the reps up. Go on more dates. Talk to more girls. Level up. Don't get lean. Don't be fat. Make money. I mean, you know, looks max. You got to just go out there like a hunter and just go and get it. You know, It's hard to be, don't be optimistic. Just put the work in. You got to create your own opportunities, create your own luck. I don't believe in optimism. I believe in if you're doing everything that you can and everything that you're supposed to be doing, then eventually the outcome will take care of itself. If you do the hard work, if you do what you know you got to do, then the outcome is somewhat predictable. You know, you only need to rely on optimism when you are not really doing everything you can, because you're hoping you'll get lucky, hoping, wishing, praying. And there's nothing wrong with praying, but in life, there's a relationship between causes and effects, what you put in and what you get out. So you could sit there hoping and wishing, I'm really trying to keep a positive attitude, or you could just do the things you're supposed to do every day. Just try to make it happen. And yeah, but you're 24 is young. I mean, people are getting married later and later, and it sucks. It is what it is, but that's not, 24. It's not over for you. I wanted to have kids in my early 20s. I'm already 24. I wanted to have a big family. It's still totally in the cards. But if that's what you want, you got to get serious, and you just got to stop fucking around. I don't know your story, but, you just got to go out there and get your bread up.
T-Bone sent $100 from yesterday about the service bots. Me and my wife got married 2 weeks ago and got locked out of the Crate and Barrel registry site. Called their CS system and had an actual white American help us. Number 4 navigator menus just to get Vivek Ramaswamy as the live operator. It was refreshing.
Wow. Thank you for the big super chat's a great story. Faith in humanity restored. It's so refreshing when stuff like that happens. Isn't it refreshing when you go to a store and you actually just get good customer service? It's like it almost brings you to tears. You want to give your waiter a hug. When you actually get good, attentive, engaged service from anywhere, you want to weep and like give them a hug. It's just like, I'm home. Like I feel like I'm home, You like go to a restaurant, have a really good meal. The waiter is very on point, and you're just like, I just love you. I want to give you a tip. I want to give you a $5 million tip right now. So yeah, it's very refreshing because you just get treated like a nigger everywhere else. Everywhere you go, they don't make eye contact. They barely look up. They barely say. You go places now, no one acknowledges you. No one even acknowledges you. They don't look up. They don't say welcome in, nothing. It's crazy. So, yeah, it's a very nice experience.
Senator Graham's Condom Soul sent $20. My 2 favorite things. WWE from 20 years ago and the GOAT NJF. Combining them is peak. Skillet was great. Edge's theme, fire emoji.
Love it. Glad you like that
Complacent
part.
Wagey sent $20. To the pool boy Groy for super chatter from yesterday. I'm right there with you. Been doing pool since I was 10, 32 now.
Wow. What did the pool guy, I don't remember what that was.
Itchy Kenneth sent $20. I saw Stanley Kubrick's daughter Vivian praising your Iran analysis on X-Favorite Kubrick
Really?
film. Mine is I.
No way. That's awesome. Favorite Stanley Kubrick film? Maybe 2001. Let me think. I've seen The Shining, 2001, Full Metal Jacket, Eyes Wide Shut. What else have I seen from him? I actually never watched Clockwork Orange. I know that's a big one. I never watched Barry Lyndon. Is that it? I've always wanted to watch. I never saw it, though. What else is there? I feel like I'm missing a big one. I don't know. I'd probably say 2001 Space Odyssey.
Macha Grow I percent $20. My Malayali friend got his face burned by a jet at his job and got fired and can't sue them. He's Muslim though. Hashtag taste of hell.
Ah, damn, that sucks. We should have been more careful.
Catholic guy 35 sent $25. How could your parents only have 2 kids if they're faithful Catholics? Birth control is a mortal sin.
Well, without getting into my parents' sex life, I'm not going to get into that. Thank you, though. That's your business. How could your parents be faithful Catholics if they... I love the part in the gospel where Catholics are that intrusive. That's my favorite part in the gospel is when Christ's disciples started policing everybody for their adherence to things like this. Oh, hey, you only have 2 kids. You can't possibly be a good Christian. That to me represents the spirit of the gospel. This is why I get along so well with my fellow Catholics, because they so frequently embody the spirit of the gospel. To me, that's the message that I get. When I read the gospel, the message I get is to stick my disgusting snout in not just strangers' lives, but the lives of their parents, and interrogate and investigate whether their sex life is consistent with Catholic sexual morality. That's really the spirit of the gospel. That's what I get when I read that. Catholic guy, by the way. This is why I don't call myself trad. Because that's just like bullshit. So my answer to that question is it's none of your fucking business, is my answer. My parents' sex lives is not your business, you fucking loser.
The denied sent $20.
Disgusting.
Maybe I'm overthinking, but it seems like a bad thing that the approximate number of grow-uppers in DC is widely reported.
Why don't you just go get a job somewhere?
The denied sent $20. Remember 6 years ago when you looked like Stonewall Jackson? Randy Weaver sent $20. Struggling with Xena.
I don't know what
Boys
that
just
means.
wanna have fun sent $25. Was the WWE song Last Resort by Papa Roach? You ever go to a show when you were a kid?
No, it was, it's the entrance, it's the theme song for Raw, which is Wanna Be Loved. So, no. Nope. That's the theme song.
Spook Groy percent $100. Do you forgive JDI? It's been over a year since he leaked the group chat and I miss his super chats dearly.
Thank you for the big super chat. We got other issues with JDI. We got other issues with him. It's like typical. This year's just been crazy. This year's just been crazy. In terms of yeah, this year was truly a roller coaster of emotions. Let's just put it that way. So I don't know what's going on with him, but I appreciate the big super chat. Yeah, that was really the least of it.
Randall from Recess sent $20. Everything that is, or was, began with a dream. Sneeko out here quoting Lava Girl now like it's profound. So unremarkable.
Is that Lava Girl?
Never Vance Groy percent $20. Do you read Foreign Affairs? If so, does it help shape your understanding of geopolitics?
No, not really.
Country Grow I per 6 and $50. You see the motion on Instagram you're getting with clips from the show recently? Christ United is usually where I see clips when I can't get to the show.
No, I don't get the clips anymore. They really nuked everything. I used to have my entire For You page was my clips. Now, 0. I refresh my page, I get like 1 clip. They're banning all the clippers. They're taking everything down. And they changed the algorithm. It used to be, 7 months ago, 9 months ago, whatever. It's like my whole For You page, every tile was one of my clips, now none. And it's like I don't even have an algorithm. It's like I refresh it and it just gives me a bunch of generic stuff. It's not even the other stuff I like. So, yeah, they're messing with it.
Disgusting Nasty Groy percent $20. Flamboyancy is a masculine trait. Females in most species are plain and dull while the males are beautiful and extravagant.
Listen, we don't need to explain ourselves. We don't need to cope. We don't always need to cope and say, actually, it's really masculine to be very flamboyant. We don't need to do, why do we need to do this? I'm against this way of thinking. I don't need to fit myself. I don't need to contort myself to fit in. Actually, it's really masculine to be extremely flamboyant. It definitely isn't. It really isn't. I'm sure that's not true. Being flamboyant's actually really masculine, really? Really? When you think of the highest testosterone, most masculine bodybuilders, they're known for being really flamboyant? Like, that's obviously not true. I don't really know what you're talking about. Why do we need to take it there? It's like, look, you have to be flamboyant to be an entertainer. I'm here to entertain. I'm here to be funny. It's a performance. That's the problem. If I come on the show holding back so that I could seem really chill, I'm really not like this in real life. In real life, I'm pretty reserved and pretty introverted. This is a show. So people go, this flamboyant. It's like, it's entertainment. If I were holding back, it wouldn't be a good show. I could come on the show and I could be very reserved and act very masculine And I could have everybody think that, whoa, he's really like, this is a very serious guy. But that wouldn't be fun. It wouldn't be a good show. Like, for the show to be entertaining, I have to be exaggerated. I have to be loud. I have to change up my vocal pattern. I have to make physical. I have to be physical. There's a physicality. That's what it is to be entertaining. People that are super masculine are not entertaining. Matt Walsh is not entertaining because he's like a boring dude. He's a boring chud. Matt Walsh is not funny or interesting or entertaining because he's just trying to be a macho guy. That's why everything he says is so utterly conventional and safe and predictable and lame. And that's why he's not entertaining, because he doesn't move. It's not entertaining because he doesn't move. It's not dynamic. There's no action. There's no drama. That's why it's not fun to watch. That's why his clips don't go viral. And never could. That's why his show's not engaging, because it's just like this monotone guy saying the safest, most predictable, conventional stuff. All right, my favorite movies, Apocalypto and A Master and Commander and The Patriot. Okay, bro. Yeah, my favorite movie's La La Land. Okay, yeah. My favorite movie, yeah, it's something unexpected. It's something a little different. So, I don't know. Some people don't really get that. But anyway. So we don't have to go there. It is what
Glory
it is.
be to God. 3 sent $100. Haven't super chatted in a bit. Wanted to say thank you for continuing to be an inspiration to us young men. You remind us how to carry ourselves with dignity. Any part of you that likes super chats? Folded
Nope.
hands emoji.
Thank you for the big super chat. Appreciate it. Glad to hear it. No, I don't like the super chats at all. To tell you the truth, I don't like them at all. Not even a little. People think like, oh, he actually loves it. It's like, no, I really hate it. People go, this bit is getting really stale. It's not a bit. It's not a bit. Do you think if I were capable of doing a bit, if I were capable of restraining myself, I would be nice to make more money. If I were capable of that level of discipline, I would pretend to like it, not to not like it. No, I genuinely hate it. It's dumb. It's the dumbest. The comments are the dumbest comments of all time. Rarely funny, rarely insightful. My least favorite thing in the world is being told the same thing twice, and that's just what it is for a living, is being told the same thing multiple times for a living. So no. Any part of you that secretly really likes it? No, not even a
T.
little.
Anthony's Pizza sent $50. Crazy to think people are out here waiting for you to answer. Should I buy a house with my girlfriend of 10 years? Before making major life decisions. Love your politics. Open my eyes. God bless.
Yeah, that's crazy. Bro bought a house with his girlfriend of 10 years. Just totally insane. It can't be real. I mean, that had to be bait, right? I can't believe there are people that are actually out there. I've heard crazier things. Just get the commitment. Get married and get the commitment before you do anything. Dating for 10 years. Time to grow
Totally
up.
not a grower. Percent $100. Tucker, I'm not rich. Tucker giggle. Also Tucker, that's great grandpa's signed Teddy Roosevelt photo. Also Tucker, heir to Swanson fortune.
Yeah.
Descendant of Caesar Lombardi, George M.C. Neer, and Henry Miller. Along with CIA daddy. Nick, here's my apology form for ever believing the old money prick. Envelope emoji.
Well, hey, thank you for the big super chat. Glad to hear you finally came around. He's just so insincere. Say what you will about the others. I believe that Steven Crowder believes what he's saying. Like, Steven Crowder is a real guy. I think that what you see is what you get. For better, for worse, whether we agree, don't agree, the things we like about him, don't like about him, I believe that I'm talking to a real human being. And same with Shapiro. Like, on some level, Shapiro's not exactly hiding the fact that he's a Jew. He's pretty open about it. He's pretty open about what he's about. But Tucker is an artifice. He's a complete, there's nothing real there. It's all an act. And I don't like that. I don't like liars like that. I mean, just the level of insincerity, the condescension, patronizing tone. He's just so clearly full of shit. He is filled to the brim with shit. And you could tell just by the way he talks. So affected, so insincere. You know, the way he brings his voice down low and pretends to be deeply concerned. Like this is the most profound thing you've ever heard. And there's never any there. It's always a bunch of nonsense appealing to the lowest common denominator. So I can't stand it anymore. I mean, I really don't like him.
Traffic and Truther sent $24. Praying you hunkered down in Chicago today. Storms made it to SW, Ohio. Closed a bunch of roads and still don't have power. Folded hands emoji.
Yeah, it's getting bad, man. What is going on? Chicago's like Tornado Alley now. Every week there's like a tornado in Chicago. It's crazy. Never used to be like this. So yeah, I was low key.
Be Ready F sent $20. Congratulations on not being on EDP 445 certified real niggas list. Can't say the same for Sneeko.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Fishbag is inevitable sent $20. Byron Donald surrogate Louis LJ John exposed for being a weirdo.
I don't even know who that is.
Kick Butkowski was right sent $20. Alice Anna sent $20. What kind of best good friend accepts $300,000 to debate someone about their BFF's assassination anyway? No one has morals anymore. She should at least give the money to his children.
Yeah, she shouldn't take the money. That's insane. You just can't take the money on its face. You know, what a bad look that is. You're a multi-millionaire. Like, you have to know that she's loaded. The viewership that she gets, the ad money, the ad reads that she makes on the show, the super chats, the subscriptions, she's probably got to be clearing $1 million a month, would be my guess. I mean, something like that. Probably between $500,000, maybe $1 million a month. Between the AdSense, the ad reads, which she does multiple per show, the subscriptions on the Candace Owens site, I think she does merch. That's got to be like, I mean, we're talking maybe $500,000, $1 million, maybe more every month. To take the $300,000 and you just can't do it because it can't be about the truth and avenging your dead friend and also the money. It just can't. It can't be about both. It's got to be one or the other. Like, if your whole thing is I have profited so fabulously from this story and that's accidental, you know, or incidental. Yeah, I'm avenging my dead friend, and I've turned my show into a soap opera about his death because I just really care, and I just really want to get to the bottom of it. By the way, I've also enriched myself to the tune of millions of dollars. You know, okay, fine. But then you can't go and take $300,000 to debate the merits of your claims. What a bad look. We have to pay a ransom for her to defend her claims. She's accusing Erica Kirk of being a murderer. She's deputized her followers to harass civilians. Like random people in the crowd. She's like the terror of Turning Point USA. And now you're going to take a $300,000 payday on behalf of Charlie's estate or something for the debate. It's totally ridiculous. So it would just even be from an optical point of view. From an optical point of view, it would be better to just say, I'm not taking the money. You don't need the money. From an optical point of view, it would just be better, even for no reason other than cynical self-interest, to say, you know what? I don't need the money. It's not about the money. I just want to shut down the Fed slop narrative. I mean, that would be the better way to handle it. It would also be the right thing to do. But yeah, it's totally insane.
Forest Park Roy percent $21. In your opinion, best movie of 2026 so far?
I don't know. What movies came out this year? I mean, probably The Odyssey. I don't know. I don't think I've seen a lot of movies this year. I think The Odyssey might have been the first time I've been in the theaters in a long time. I don't even remember. I couldn't tell you.
Shki Biddy sent $20. Sneaky has mites pooing in his eyes. Clown
yeah,
face
you
emoji.
see that? Well, because he's dirty. I mean, those people are all dirty.
Byzantix sent $20. Saint Philaret, do not fear dangers, as you ally yourself with truth, for it is better to die for her than to see her vanish.
Very true.
Sancho Sandy sent $20. Tucker X Hunter interview took absolutely no one by surprise.
Yeah, was there one thing said there that was surprising?
Mr. Suds sent $20. Your girl is going to Mr. Suds.
Remember that? Yeah.
Nick Ergoy sent $50. Only reason I didn't marry my girlfriend of 10 years is the idea of creating a big spectacle. My family expects a big tin ceiling cowboy boot wannabe trad wedding. Some Tucker Carlson shucks shit.
Dude, I would rather I'd rather have my wedding in Gaza. I'd rather have my wedding in Afghanistan than in some white chapel with cowboy boots and all this like artisanal cowboy theme everybody has now. You know what I'm talking about? It's like an artisanal, like cowboy chic, farmhouse chic look. It's like if they took those all white millennial gray farmhouse style houses, and it's like, what if we did that but made it into a wedding? What if we took these like all white modern farmhouse style houses, and what if we made that a wedding? And so it's like the girl's gonna wear the cowboy boots with their, wedding dress, and they're gonna take their wedding photos with the rusty old pickup truck, and they're gonna string up some lights outside, under the canopy, and yeah, fuck that. Terrible. I just don't like that aesthetic. It's just not my thing. It's not my thing. Why would it be? I'm from Chicago. Why would that be my... No, but I really hate that aesthetic, so I'm with you on that one. Not cool.
Thug Aurelius sent $20. Muffled voice coming from an oversized duffel bag. A black DSA agent is carelessly loading. The Iranians are begging for a deal, and we hold all the cards. We control the Strait of Hormuz 100%.
I don't get it.
Wall Street Groy.
Oh, because of the... Yeah.
Wall Street Groy % $50. Stock LinkedIn to reverse engineer career paths of PPL with job titles you like. Music, label exec, movies, executive producer, politics, chief marketing officer. Think like a Groyper, move like a Jew.
LinkedIn career paths? That's interesting. That's some practical advice.
Nicker Goy sent $20. Felt like I needed to pay reparations for what you just had to read.
Which is
Chomsky Honk sent $20. When will you team up with Anthony Cumia to take on the Black Israelites?
That's so played out. The Black Israelite thing is so played out. I'm so like, oh, how about those Hebrew Israelites? They're crazy, am I right? It's just like one of those memes that will never die. It's just one of those things that it never fails to amuse the Redditor, no matter how many times they've seen it, heard it. How long have those guys been around? How long have people been laughing at them or trolling them or debating them? Oh, how about those black Hebrew Israelites? Those guys are crazy. It's like, yeah, that's kind of been a thing like forever. It's like, kind of get it. So to me, that just seems like such a played out, I don't feel any need or desire to do that.
Virginia Statesman sent $50.
Hey.
Alaskan Groy sent $20.
Thanks.
Rupert Lowe sent $20. The Faustian West is a rotting corpse. You are trying to prolong it with Caesarism. Optimism is cowardice.
Okay.
Shadow Wizard sent $20. Big Wreck the Connection series by James Burke. Old BBC program on tech through lines through history. Been rewatching and holds up.
Sounds interesting.
Cartman is base sent $20. Elon, if you can hear me, don't make Sneeko be deported, but send him to Mars for science. His body your choice forever. Connors sent $30. Hassan's a shitheel who thinks he's a kingmaker. Had a falling out with Mom Donnie because Mom Donnie didn't kiss the ring adequately.
Yeah, I think that I get that impression as well. I guess Mom Donnie won't hang out with him anymore or something, so now he's got a lot of stuff to say about
Co-Money
him.
sent $20. Yo, I've heard Rogan say numerous times that he doesn't reach out to people. They are supposed to reach out to him.
Okay.
No clue if that applies to all guests, but worth noting.
Thank you for telling
Lako
me.
Woods Groy sent $20. What countries do you wish we were allies with and why? What would your ideal world order and alliance structure look like? These women are clearly retarded. Could we ever take their right to vote away?
Okay. Oh my gosh. It's just like...
White Anglo-Saxon Catholic sent $20. I think you and my grandma have the same hairstylist.
My hair's a little crazy, isn't it? I know. Yeah, I got the afro on today. I don't know what I'm going to do with this hair, you guys. Once I figure out what to do with the hair, it's over. Once I figure out what to do with this hair, it's going to be so over for you. I don't know what to do with it, though. I need a hairstylist. It's too frizzy. You see, it's just too frizzy. It's like wavy and frizzy, and I grow it out, and it just goes like this. I just have this big afro. I don't know what and it creates awkward triangles. Creates awkward triangles. So, I don't know what, yeah, I don't know what I'm going to do with that. What am I going to do with this frizzy? It's like my mom's hair. My mom's hair is like this. I asked Claude about it. Claude suggested a leave-in conditioner or a sea salt spray and a diffuser on my blow dryer. But I tried the salt spray and it didn't really work. So I don't know if I got the wrong one. I got to talk to a hairstylist and get situated. The problem is I can't just talk to any hairstylist because it's like, what if they sabotage me on purpose? What if they slit my throat? So I need a hairstylist that I can trust to be around my neck with a pair of scissors and a blade and who's going to know what they're doing and get me situated. People go, I'm a hairstylist. It's like, but are you a good one? Are you? I need the expert. I need a world expert stylist that is going to just know. There's nothing better than when you hire somebody that just knows what they're doing, you know? Somebody that's like, yep, I've seen this hair type a million times. I know exactly what to do. And it's just going to get you situated. So we'll see. We'll see what we're going to do. It's kind of retro. It's my retro. It's like kind of like a bob. A little frizzy afro. Anyway. Yeah, so there's that. I know. Yeah, the hair's a little crazy.
Mia sent $20. The Egyptians believe the most significant thing to do in your life was to die. PLS, go on a date with me.
Not going to do that.
Chunky,
No,
I sent $20. The Goyim can't understand a multi-front war. They get red-pilled on Islam and say it's not Israel. Then they get red-pilled on Israel and say it's not Islam. The enemy of my enemy isn't a friend, RN.
Yeah.
First Faki username sent $20. I steady stay a few episodes behind. If it's a slow news day, I'd love to get a quick recap on 70s/80s Middle East. I'm too busy to do my own research and I basically only trust.
Okay. I'd love to get a quick recap. Oh, well, let me do that for you. Let me do that for you. Get the... Why? Like, what even is that? I'd love to get a quick recap on the 70s and 80s Middle East.
A watcher sent $20.
Dude,
Jekyll and Anarchus Perrion are two of the biggest lying pieces of shit.
Yeah.
I studied their discourse to tune my bullshit detector.
They are lying, disgusting pieces of shit and slobs.
Graffiti Groiperism sent $20. Okay, but what about large intricate murals? Or the guy in Chicago that writes Jesus Saves? You must like some graffiti.
No, dude. How do people like this watch my show? This I will never understand. You got, stoners watching the show. How could a stoner watch the show? And then you get a guy that's like, I love graffiti. How could you like this show and like graffiti? No, it's all bullshit. I don't want any urban murals. It's all trash. All that urban art, it's all bad. None of it, hardly any of it is beautiful or even good. It's amateurish and sucks, and it's just not good. In the old days, we used to just have architecture. You would just have beautiful facades, beautiful, colorful bricks and ornamentation. Now people got to fucking draw on everything. No, I don't like graffiti. I don't like any of it. Oh, but it says Jesus on it. It's like a cathedral is a monument to Jesus, not spray paint.
Nassau Groiper sent $20. Shame we let them off the hook. Had the opportunity after Kirk to scrutinize Antifa and left, but conspirators shifted focus. SIE sent $20.
Well, no, the left did that, and it was deliberate.
SIE sent $20. Do you consider Canada part of the American nation? Not in a political sense, obviously, but in ethnic sense.
No, that doesn't make any sense.
Shadow Wizard sent $20. This stupid hard left-right softening has been going on. Remember Stryker or the Knots bullshit? Un-American goobers all the way.
Who? I have no idea who that
Morton
is.
Grove Groiper sent $20. So true.
Hey, Morton Grove, what up? We love Morton Grove.
Log Roy Pat sent $20. Same age. Glad I found you and listened years ago and hope everyone else does. We can all make a difference.
Yes, we can. Yes, we
GE
can.
Narration Zealot sent $20. From November 2025 to February 2026, only 11% of interior removals from the state of Minnesota were Somalis. The vast majority were South Asians on the sex offender registry. It was always just theater.
I think I said that in December. I said, what? They're just not going to solve the problem at all.
Huffy Matt sent $20. Haha, did you see Sneeko got blepharitis from mites pooping in his eyes? Ha 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 ha, the jokes just write themselves.
Those are tiny groipers. Those are tiny groipers. We're in your eyeballs, bro. Tiny groipers are in your eyeballs shitting on you. Sneeko, he literally can't stop taking L's. He goes to the doctor and they say, I think I see tiny groipers in your eyes shitting on
Francesca
you.
sent $20. God bless your safe travels, Nikki. See you Friday.
I will not be seeing you on Friday, but thank
The
you.
Hate God sent $50. Can we agree that we let this left/right and Muslim thing fester longer than it should have?
No, I didn't let it fest. I was one of the first to call it out.
Gregory Zarevich Logger sent $20.
Who's we? First of all, I don't know who you are. There's no we. Here's some random person. They were talking about me. I was one of the first people to talk about it.
Gregory Zarvich Logger sent $20. Did you see the new EDP 445 documentary? He names Andrew Tate and Ben Shapiro as his heroes. Also Sneaky Lamau.
Yeah, I've been told about
Sneeko
this
sent $25.
over and
Any
over.
tips for brown streaks on underwear? I can't.
Okay,
Feel the
so
Filet sent $50. You are
that?
the truth, Nick. I walked past my psychopath co-worker's computer the other day and he was watching your show. Really good sign considering how capable he is.
Dark Triad, bro. Dark Triad all the way. Give me the psychopaths. Give me the Machiavellians. I like that.
Phoebe Grow I sent $20. My best Gentile friend Zhao got me the AF keychain and AF long sleeve for my birthday. It's Leo season, and all I want for my birthday is a slice of sweet chocolate Candace cake.
It's just like suicide inducing. Going to work makes me want to commit suicide every day. Chocolate Candace cake. Yeah, okay, for the 5 millionth time. Thanks. Good job. Posted it again award. Ruin everything, by the way. Ruin everything department. All I want for my birthday is a sweet slice of chocolate Candace butt cheeks. Dude, shut up. Can you shut the fuck up, please? You're not funny. Like, it was funny the first 5,000 times we made that joke. And now it isn't anymore. It's time to let it go, okay? It's a dead horse. Let's just let it go. Punchline. Catchphrase Jones over here. Chocolate Candace. Shut the fuck up, dude. Please. Like, why? Why? It's psychically painful to read that. Anyway. Yeah, Leo season. Bro, it's Gemini season. It's gonna be Gemini season.
Log Roy Pat sent $20. It's not flamboyancy, it's just a Leo thing.
So true. We just devour, we consume. An all-consuming fire.
Anonymous Anon 67 sent $30. 125 character max. Maybe you live to provide low-cost, high-value public analysis in order to strategize against. Retard up?
Yeah, it's all a conspiracy.
Flow 253 sent $20. La La Land. You're so gay for that Lamau.
I know. I should like a manly movie. I am a man because the movies that
Waldo
I like.
39 sent $20. Long time no see.
Musicals are the best kind of movies there are. Yes, that's just true. Because those things have always gone together. Going back to the Greeks, going back throughout all time, music and the stage, these things just go together. Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory, Wizard of Oz, Yankee Doodle Dandy, La La Land, Star Wars, Goodfellas, music and film, Taxi Driver. That's the combination. So, no, I'm not backing down on that one. That's a great movie. And if that's too gay for you, I don't know, man. Maybe that's a you problem.
American Nationalist 1776 sent $20. Would you and your team ever consider creating a voting guide for America First candidates in the midterms and or in 2028?
Stay tuned.
Christina sent $50.
Thanks. Would you ever consider?
The Goy Margoing sent $20. You are 100% correct about calling anywhere nowadays. It is always some stupid Filipino bitch that can barely speak English.
I know. Yeah, I know.
AF crazy. Observer sent $250.
Thank you for the huge super chat. Appreciate it. No message. Beautiful. Love
AF Orthodoxy.
Thank you very much.
AF Orthodoxy sent $50. James Lindsay dismissed your Trump assassination clip as conspirology citing Dugan. Didn't engage with what you said at all. He's pushing a narrative that could devastate his kid's future. Why?
He's got an agenda and he's just not that smart. Who cares about James Lindsay? He has no audience.
Natua sent $20. Total mockery. Cheeks looking hollow, my boy. Keep up the good diet. Nagas hating out of envy.
Am I mogging? What do you think? The hair is crazy. I'm not mogging with the hair. We got to get that fixed. How about the... Yeah, no, but I'm lean. I'm definitely ascending, but we just got to do something about the hair. The fashion, we improved. Leaned out. Now we just got to get the hair and the eyebrows. That's the last component.
Log Roy Pat sent $20. Sea salt spray and a small quiff brush with low heat for each section.
That's just insane.
Incel Groy % $50.
Who's doing all
what are your thoughts on TLM versus Norvis Ordo? Thank for protecting Catholics.
Norvis Ordo. Blueberry. Did you just say blueberry? Thoughts on Norvis? What's Norvis Ordo? Are you trying to sound cute saying nervous? Norvis Ordo. Nah. Well, TLM is based. Novus Ordo is cringe. That's my take. No, I like the Novus Ordo. Thoughts on TLM? It's just like just why, dude? Why do I live in
Johnny
hell? I'm taking another vacation.
Johnny Smith, 221 cent $20. Graduating college soon and my best job offers
Like, I'm
software
just gonna
engineering at
blow my head
Palantir.
off.
I would be on the commercial side. No government work. Can I
Shut
Red
up.
Ensign Gora percent $20.
Just shut up.
Dumbass nigga keep complaining about your hair. Just ask the
Shut the fuck
Ayla
up.
sent
and kill
$21.
yourself.
Buy a boar bristle brush.
Don't care.
Candace Owens titty grow I percent $20. How do you feel about the Jim Civil War developing in Negro I
Okay.
percent $20. The same people these conservatards are trying to snuggle up with were the ones trying to kill Humongous.
Great. Okay, that's our last super chat. Great stuff tonight. Amazing. Just love it. All right, that's our last super chat. I'm not doing a show for 2 days. Maybe just forget Friday. I'll see you on Monday. That's all I got for you. Remember to smash the follow button, smash the like button, leave a comment. I'm on the air Monday through Friday. As always, thank you to our top super chatters. Special thanks to AF Observer T-Bone, Spook Groiper, glory be to God, Totally Not a Groiper, and Nicker Goy. Thanks to them. Thanks to all our super chatters, everybody that watches. We love you. I'll see you on Friday, maybe. Until then, have a great rest of your evening.
Americanism, not globalism, will be our credo. It's going to be only America first. America first. The American people will come first once again. With respect, the respect that we deserve. From this day forward, it's going to be only America first. America first.
Speaking of nonsense, look, there's really like nothing going on in the news, but I did see this phenomenon happening and I wanted to jump in the conversation. I'm sure you've seen it. On TikTok and on Instagram, there's now this viral trend where women are defending a woman by the name of Lindsay Clancy, who murdered her 3 children and then attempted suicide back in 2023. Kind of a crazy story. So for those that don't know, back in February 2023, there was a woman named Lindsay Clancy, mother of 3, apparently in some kind of mental health episode. She sends her husband away on an errand to go pick up food. She knows he's going to be away for about a half hour. And then she sets in motion her premeditated plan to murder her 3 children and then commit suicide. Sends the husband out to pick up food, and then she gets the children together, strangles them one by one to death with an exercise band, slits her wrists, slits her throat, and then jumps out of the 2nd-story window. Husband comes home, finds the dead children, peers out the window, sees her face down on the ground, covered in blood. Now, in any ordinary time and in any ordinary society, we would see this as a horrific tragedy, which it obviously is. And we would look at the sick individual who committed the crime and we would execute her. Society would execute her for her crimes, or at the minimum, imprison her forever. And people would see this as a tragic, horrific situation, but that is how we would get justice. Instead, however, because we live in a very strange time, now there is a mass movement on social media made up mostly of women to defend this mother. Women on social media have raised $1 million for this woman, for her legal defense or for other expenses. They've crowdfunded $1 million for the woman that strangled her 3 children to death, premeditated, and then jumped out of a window. Hundreds of these women showed up where her trial is being held in pink shirts to show support for this woman. This is the story about the incident from the New York Times. It says, quote, Lindsay Clancy concocted an errand that would keep her husband Patrick out of the house for about 25 minutes, just long enough so she could commit the murders. She had then strangled each of her children with an exercise band, an act that would require holding each of them down for at least 4 minutes. Then she leapt from a second-story window, a fall that fractured her spine. Assistant District Attorney Jennifer Sprague said the defendant stated after he left the house that night, she killed the kids because she heard a voice and had a moment of psychosis. She heard a man's voice telling her to kill the kids and kill herself because it was her last chance. Hundreds of Lindsay Clancy supporters, many wearing pink clothing emblazoned with phrases such as believe, she needed help, and peace for Lindsay, gathered Thursday outside the courthouse where she is on trial in the killings of her 3 children. Several of the 300 women and a few men said Clancy's story resonated with them and that they wanted to raise awareness about how the mental health system treats women. She is the victim. She killed 3 of her own children, but she's the victim. Who's the culprit? Society. The system. A woman, a mother, murders her 3 children, strangles them each for 4 minutes, one by one by one. She's the victim. The real murderer was the system. It was society that wasn't giving her enough attention, that wasn't giving her what she needed, they say. They raised $1 million for her. Clancy's lawyer does not dispute that she killed the children, but says she should not be held criminally responsible because she was mentally ill. The live stream trial has sparked massive discussions online and has brought attention to postpartum psychosis, a rare mental illness that Clancy's attorney, Kevin Reddington, says she had that is linked to the stress, sleep deprivation, and hormonal changes that follow childbirth. Reddington says Clancy repeatedly sought help. She turned to multiple outpatient providers, tried various drugs they prescribed, called the suicide hotline, went to an emergency room, and even checked herself into a psychiatric hospital. Prosecutors say the former labor and delivery nurse planned the January 24th, 2023 killings and contrived to get her husband out of the house by sending him to pick up medicine for one of the children and dinner for the family. They've also questioned the seriousness of her suicide attempt, and witnesses have testified that Clancy wouldn't always take prescribed medications. April Vinson, a 52-year-old paralegal, said women are being dismissed, neglected, and ignored when we speak up. We're scared because nobody takes us seriously. So the real problem is sexism. It's misogyny. I don't even know what can be said at this point. A woman, a mother, murders her own children. Think about how brutal that is. It's not even like she shot him. And I know some people might say, well, what difference does it make? Here's the difference. You have to take your children, one as young as 8 months, and strangle each of them for 4 minutes. You know how long 4 minutes is? 3 of them. Takes an exercise band, wraps it around an 8-month-old infant's neck, and strangles her own child for 4 minutes, watching the child struggle and gasp for air, holding it down and overpowering it. And then she did it to the next child. And then she did it to the next child. And people are supporting the woman. They're sympathetic to this. They're raising money for her. They're going out with pink shirts. They got the matching shirts and their signs, protesting in favor. How much more sick can a society possibly be? In Massachusetts, you have the mayor sign a bill, or I think the governor, that says that you can abort up until the moment of a pregnancy, and then a couple weeks later, you've got a mass movement online to exonerate a woman that murders her 3 children. How much more sick can a society get? 3 children are dead and the murderer is the victim? Because of society, they say, because we're going to blame it on society. It reminds me of the healthcare CEO. A coward, Luigi Mangione, shoots the CEO of United Healthcare in the back of the head. He's lying dead in the street. They say this is justice because the real victims are the people that can't afford healthcare. They're victims of the system. He represents the system. And, I wonder, how would women feel, how would anybody feel for that matter, if we applied the same logic to mass shooters? Would anybody buy that? Let's just think of the shoe on the other foot. So when a young man goes out and shoots up an elementary school, or a young man goes out and shoots up a black church or a synagogue or a grocery store, clearly those people are mentally ill, obviously. You look at the writings of any mass shooter, school shooter, you're going to find a manifesto where the person is clearly suffering from psychosis or schizophrenia or something like this. Are we going to say that those individuals are innocent? Even though they premeditated their killing, planned their killing in detail, executed it with no remorse, have no remorse to this day? Are we going to be sympathetic to the young men and say they shouldn't be held criminally responsible because they were mentally ill? Are we going to say that they're not evil, they're not wicked because they're the victims of the system? Are we going to say that in the instance of an Adam Lanza, are we going to say in the instance of a Nicholas Cruz, well, his parents failed him, his school failed him, society failed him, he should walk free, he should get treatment, don't execute him, don't imprison him forever. He's the real victim. Raise $1 million for Adam Lanza. Raise $1 million for Nicholas Cruz. Raise $1 million for Elliot Rodger. They're victims of the system. They're misunderstood. Young men don't get any attention. Could you imagine? No, it's unthinkable. Of course it's unthinkable. And of course, I think there is obviously some kind of female element here. Let's be honest. It's not like this is even consistently applied. People aren't looking at men that do this in the same way. It's only women. Women are not ever liable for their actions. They're not liable for having a child out of wedlock, a so-called unplanned pregnancy. They're not liable when they terminate the pregnancy in an elective procedure with abortion. They're not liable even in the event that they murder their 3 children who were born years ago. And this is being enabled by psychotic females on TikTok, psychotic women on the internet. First, they were sympathetic to the rape refugees that came into our country. They're sympathetic for serial killers. They're sympathetic for now a woman that murdered her 3 children. What is this mass psychosis that is spreading through our society? And then, of course, surprising nobody, who jumps in? Of course, to support the mother, it's Candace Owens. And it was funny because I saw this phenomenon on social media, and I, like a lot of other people, said, this is like Candace Owens with Tyler Robinson. It's very similar. Trying to exonerate the killer, this weird true crime obsession, this weird psychosis. A lot of women on social media believe that actually the mother was framed by the husband. The evidence, well, they could just tell intuitively. Some people said this is like a Candace Owens spin-off series. And then surprising nobody, Candace Owens weighed in on this. And what did she have to say about it? This is a direct quote from her show. She said, Lindsay Clancy is obviously not guilty. She was put into an intentional psychosis when she probably just needed to give her kids away for a weekend to get better. What a wicked, evil human being. Candace Owens herself is a mother. You're a mother yourself? And she says it so flippantly. She doesn't say, there's no gravitas, she doesn't even say something like, obviously it's horrific and obviously it's a disgusting tragedy and what an evil thing that transpired here. How flippant can you possibly be? You're a mother. She says, Lindsay Clancy is obviously not guilty. Is it obvious? That's obvious. A woman overpowers her most basic instinct, which is to provide and protect and care for the children born from her own womb, murders them. It was premeditated. She sent her husband out deliberately in this calculated plan, calculated how much time it would take for him to go and return, gave this excuse, assembled the children in a premeditated way, systematically murders them horrifically. Obviously, she's not guilty. Obviously. That's obvious? Obviously, she's not guilty? Well, obviously she is. Obviously, she is guilty, at least in the sense that those children would still be alive if she didn't murder them, if she didn't hold them down and strangle them to death. So obviously, she is guilty. What you're saying is obviously she shouldn't be held accountable for her actions because her actions are the fault of everyone and anyone else. Even though she got all kinds of care, she voluntarily checked herself into a mental clinic. She had nannies helping her raise the children. People were aware of some of these problems. Still, obviously, she's not liable. She's not accountable for her actions. Candace says she should have just went away for a weekend and come back. Oh, yeah, except she did. In the month leading up to the murder of the children, she was in a mental health hospital for a week. And then she checked herself out. And actually, her psychiatric team said she doesn't have any issues. She's actually not suffering from any kind of psychosis, maybe depression, but not psychosis. And this is what I've been saying for a long time. Evil is at work in the country right now. You can feel it. You can sense it. You can see it everywhere around us. And it actually does reside in these types of people. It does reside in someone like Dan Bilzerian, who's clearly a malicious, angry, hateful person. It does reside in this resurgence of neo-paganism, which is hedonistic and degenerate, and clearly is contemptuous of Christ and mercy and selflessness. And you can see it in this kind of mass psychosis, trying to exonerate every variety and species of violence. These assassinations, abortion, murder like this. Evil is at work in our society. And when are we simply just going to get back to basics and say, murder is wrong? Murder is wrong. The hand that takes a life should be held accountable. Luigi Mangione should get the death penalty. Tyler Robinson should get the death penalty. This woman should get the death penalty. Murder is wrong. In every context, even if healthcare is too expensive, even if you don't like President Trump's policies, even if you're undergoing psychosis, it's still wrong. And the person that does it is the person that should be held accountable and should either be in prison forever or executed themselves. When did we go so far away from the basics like this? And the real question is, how did we get here? I really don't understand. Some people say it's because of the COVID lockdowns, that this had some kind of profound effect on people's mindset. It was maybe the trauma and the anxiety of a global pandemic. Maybe it was the loss of social engagement for a couple of years. It's the social dislocation of being isolated for 2 years. I'm not sure exactly what it is. Some people say it's AI, but clearly, before we can solve the problem, we have to start by acknowledging there is one. People have gone insane. And I've been saying it for a long time, earlier than most. It's this hysteria over the conspiracy theories. It's the hysteria over the Charlie Kirk assassination. It's the left-wing hysteria over Trump and ICE and Elon. I have a friend of mine who drives a Tesla, regularly gets flipped off. Driving around town, liberals flip off a car because it's Elon's company. People are blowing up Teslas, blowing up ICE facilities. Psychotic lesbian poets and male nurses were traveling to Minneapolis, literally not in control of themselves, wildly flailing around, kicking ICE cars, trying to fight the police. People trying to kill Nick Shirley, people trying to kill me, people trying to kill Trump. You've got it on the left. You've got it on the right with the conspiracy theories. Everything is now Israel. A lot of it's Israel, but no, now everything. And it's nanobots, and it's energy weapons, and it's time travel, and then it culminates in something like this, something so shocking to the conscience of anybody. And I hope that this is one of the things that begins to turn the tide in the other direction. It reminds me of wokeism. Wokeism was very similar when you had the BLM phenomenon and you had the triple masked up vaccine hysteria during COVID. And it took certain things like this to snap people out of it. At some point, you see something so jarring, it shocks the conscience, and people start to see how crazy they really were acting. I think like Dylan Mulvaney was a good example of that. The idea of some visible tranny wearing gloves like some kind of flapper from the 1920s or something. Dylan Mulvaney's got the gloves on and a dress, drinking Bud Light, drinking a beer. All right, fellas. Oh, a lady drinking Bud Light. Oh my. All right. A Super Bowl ad with a transsexual drinking a Bud Light. Okay. No, it backfired and people said, yeah, this is just a little too crazy. I think we went a little too far. And I hope that this is going to be one of these moments. I'm glad, in a sense, this has happened. And I hope this story gets bigger. The story's not about the murder. The murder is a senseless tragedy. The children are never coming back. I hope this woman gets locked up forever. But what does need to gain attention is how people are reacting to this. And people need to see. It needs to be called out. We need to hold a mirror up to it and say, people have clearly lost the plot. And then maybe we can find our way back. Because obviously it's gone so far in the other direction. And if this doesn't wake people up, I don't know what does. I see Candace, she says, obviously she's not guilty. It's Big Pharma. It's Big Pharma? Have you lost your fucking mind? I literally cannot even imagine. There are stories of mothers who will lift up a wreckage of a car to save their children trapped underneath. Women will die. Mothers will die for their children. They'll kill to avenge their murdered children. And this psycho holds down her 3 babies, strangles them to death. You're a mother yourself, you sick bitch. You're a mother yourself. What is wrong with you? And she says, obviously she's not guilty. It was Big Pharma. Candace, come back to reality. Come back to God. Come back to earth. What is the matter with you? Could you imagine, and I'm sure for some people, sadly, it doesn't even require any imagination. Imagine if you're a guy and your wife is on TikTok sympathizing with this sicko. And I've seen it. I've seen TikToks of women holding their own children in their arms and saying, we need justice for Lindsay Clancy. Imagine that's your wife. Imagine that's the mother of your children. If I had a family, if that was my wife, I would have her 5150'd immediately. I would take the children and I'd bring them to my parents' house. And I'd say, you stay the fuck away from me and my kids and my family. Imagine your wife, the mother of your children, is on TikTok posting. And listen, I know on some level, maybe that's harmless. Women will do and say anything for attention, no matter how disgusting and vile it is. They'll post that to signal something socially, solidarity, empathy with women, you know. But it's like, could you imagine? Your children are being held in the arms of their mother while she's filming herself on TikTok saying, I stand in solidarity with this other mother that murdered her 3 kids. How could there be any tolerance for something like this? And this is a moment when people of conscience, this is a moment when anybody that has any semblance of integrity and of a conscience has to stand up and call it out and say, this is wrong. This is evil. Sometimes there are gray areas. Sometimes it's a tough call. This is not one of those times. This is as black and white as it gets. Mother holds down her 3 babies and strangles them to death, jumps out of a window, and you say, give this woman $1 million? She's the victim of the system? You're going to show up in solidarity with this person? You may believe clearly she's psychotic. That doesn't mean you sympathize with her. Or God forbid, rationalize her actions. Go out there wearing a t-shirt in support of her? Seriously? This is one of those times where you got to say, there's a line in the sand. You're on that other side. I want nothing to do with you. God have mercy on your soul, honestly. And you see that and you realize they've totally gone insane. Seriously. I saw that from Candace today. I said, how low can you go? I mean, seriously, how low can you stoop? I know a lot of people think it's a big game. Unfortunately, though, some people can't tell the difference. You see someone like Candace, and it's written all over her face. Glee, giddiness. You could see that the narcissistic supply of her show and the money and being the center of it, she feeds on it. It's written all over her face. She has no poker face. The self-satisfaction, the smugness. She's delighted with herself. The overflowing, how pleased she is with herself and what she's done. And for her, this is just a game. For her, she goes on the show and it's a performance. It's like Oprah. It's dramatic. Today, we're going to break the internet again. Oh, everyone's talking about me again. Oh, they made memes about my enemies again. Oh, it's so wonderful. But the people that watch can't tell the difference. These people in the comments, these are like psychic victims. And they're not blameless, but these people in the comments, they really believe in this shit. They really believe it's a multi-dimensional time-traveling conspiracy. They believe this woman is the victim of big pharma. It's the pharmaceutical companies made her do it. The conspiracy made her do it. The profiteering French-Israeli Illuminists made her do it. And at the bottom of it is fundamentally a total lack of responsibility. Look, as an influencer, as someone that has influence, as a broadcaster, you really have one responsibility. That is to tell the truth. That is to tell the truth as best as you can about the issues. It is to speak with clarity, with conscience. We're supposed to be shepherding the people as best as we can. We're flawed people too. We're not over and above them. But for people that have the privilege of having a platform, people that are elected by God to have this, have a responsibility then to use the platform or use the gifts to try to steer people in the right direction. And at the bottom of it is a complete lack of any kind of responsibility or recognition that we have this responsibility. And the damage that is being done is incalculable. The damage that is being done psychically to the people of the country, or psychologically, if you prefer that, it's just incalculable, the ways that we're wrecking society by promoting this kind of mindset. No, this is wrong. A woman goes out and murders her kids. This should not be a layup. A lot of people quote tweeted my rant about Candace a few days ago about Charlie Kirk, and they said, I can't believe Nick Fuentes is the one that's saying this. I hate him, and I disagree with everything he says. It's like, this is a layup because this is just like obvious. Yeah, we're going to disagree about race. We're going to disagree about Israel. We're going to disagree about history. We're going to disagree about some big things. The things we're not going to disagree about is whether it's wrong to kill your own children. And who's to blame for that? And on some level, I hate to say this, but another thing that factors into this, one of the issues with conspiracy thinking in general is the way in which it deprives individuals of their own agency. And I know this has frequently been a critique of the Ben Shapiros of the world and others. They say anybody and everybody that's anti-Semitic is just evading personal accountability. The Zionists will say, the Jews will say, you're coping with your own personal failures by blaming it on others. You know, you're a failure, you blame it on the Jews. You're broke, you're frustrated, resentful, you're dissatisfied with your lot in life, you blame it on the Jews. Now, for me, I've always said that's absolutely not the case, of course. What we're talking about is something structural. Like, we're talking about how AIPAC is bribing politicians to vote a certain way about a war or foreign aid. And that's got nothing to do with whether I make money or don't make money, or, you know, whether I'm satisfied with my life or happy. You know, that's just a structural problem in our system. If an election costs $1 million to rig, but you get a vote over a $6 trillion pie, you've got a structural problem, right? It's cost effective to bribe all of Congress if they can give you $1 trillion, right? But it's not like this for everybody. There are a lot of people out there that for them, conspiracy thinking really is a form of denial. It's a denial of their unsatisfying reality, their unsatisfying life. It is a way to evade responsibility. This woman kills her children. It's a conspiracy. Big Pharma did it. She had no obligation to get help. She had no obligation to obey the laws of God written on every man and woman's heart. She had no obligation to refrain from murder. No, it was Pharma's fault. It was Pfizer's fault. Really? Pfizer held down those babies and killed them? I think she did. And the same goes for a lot of the economic stuff. Oh, it's not me. I'm not the problem. The problem is the Federal Reserve. The problem is the banks. The problem is some other thing. And I do think, unfortunately, for a lot of people, the conspiracy theories are a way, not everybody, but for a lot of people, it is a way for them to cope with reality. People don't like their reality. People are isolated now more than ever. People do not have close friends, maybe unsatisfying romantic relationships. People more and more not having sex, not going out and socializing, having fewer and fewer friends. And I think for a lot of people, life is getting really lonely and really hard. And I think that getting into this conspiracy thing, it is like a way of coping with an unsatisfying life. People say, actually, there's this, much more interesting thing going on, which is that things are not as they seem. There's other dimensions, and the supernatural is real, and magic is real, and we're in this struggle. I think that's what's going on for a lot of, certainly not everybody. Some people recognize that there are social injustices, but you know what they do? They do the work. They're working for a nonprofit, let's say. Like, there are social injustices. And so, for example, there are some people that want to take care of animals. A very good friend of mine is like this. So what do? They get involved with nonprofits that rescue animals. They adopt animals, like they're involved. And some people see there's injustice with immigration. So what do? They start an immigration nonprofit, and they learn all the information about immigration. They go to Capitol Hill and they educate. They run for office. They do things like this. But I think for other people, this is just like another form of escapism in a world where maybe television and short-form video content isn't doing the trick. It's like a form of reality denial. It's like a meta diversion. So none of this signals anything good about where society is going, and all this is doing is creating an incentive for demagogues like Candace Owens to take advantage of this. And right now, it's somewhat harmless. Fortunately, a demagogue like Candace Owens is just an ignorant, petty grifter. Like, she wouldn't have a plan if it smacked her in the face like her husband should. She doesn't have any kind of master plan. She doesn't have any ambitions. She wants to make money. She wants to have her face everywhere. She wants to make money. But eventually, there's going to be somebody who's a little bit more calculating, and they're going to see these undercurrents in society, and you could see how this could be weaponized for a nefarious purpose. And that's really the problem. So I don't even know what to do about it other than we really have to hold the line against this kind of stuff. When things start to get confusing, you have to cling to the church. Things are getting really confusing out there. People are going crazy. People are getting red-pilled. They're undergoing this experience where they have a realization that reality isn't as it seems. The world is not as it seems. It's very destabilizing. It's destabilizing to a person's sense of self, their sense of ethics, then their sense of their place in the world. And when things get disorienting like that, you have to go back to the unshakable rock of faith. Faith in God, faith in the gospel. That's the foundation. Because you know in your heart of hearts that what Christ says is true, that there's no greater love than to lay down your life for a friend. Treat others the way you wish to be treated. That God is love. That's the unshakable foundation that we know in our bones and our heart of hearts is true. And from that, we can figure out the rest. But when you start to say killing children is permissible, you're not guilty. I mean, this is not a Christian disposition. There is no disposition in the gospel or in the Bible that says killers are exonerated because the system mistreated them. That's not the story of our religion. That's how you know you're wrong. And it goes on and on like that with all these other things. So anyway, so that is the Lindsay Clancy story. It's pretty disturbing. I mean, I can't lie. I'm sort of shaken by it. When you see the numbers, and there's a female dimension to it, but I think it's a broader thing also. I mean, it's scary because we have to share the world with these people that you really just, how can you have any confidence in society if this is who comprises the society? It's like, I saw this TikTok the other day where it says, this is what small talk is for normies now. And it's an In-N-Out server saying, yeah, well, you know, it's all the Rothschilds and the Illuminati. And it's really getting like this. You wonder, Tyler Robinson is sent up for trial. Are you going to have one of these fucking nutcases on the jury? Like, imagine if on the jury for this Lindsay Clancy case, you've got one of these Candace Owens nut jobs there, and this woman is not going to go to jail because you've got some crypto psychopath on the jury that says it was Big Pharma that killed the kids. The husband's guilty because we don't know, but we know. It's like, it's getting scary out there. When we don't share these fundamental assumptions about what's right and wrong, it's like you don't know who you can trust. You're in the grocery store, the guy shopping next to you is one of these people. So it's not cool, man. It's kind of freaky. But anyway, I just feel like I can't find any of my people. It just feels like everyone's lost their minds. And it used to be the case, your people were people that were like, you know, red-pilled, based in red-pilled. Oh, you're a Trump guy? All right, my kind of guy, you know? It was simple 10 years ago. Oh, you're a Trump guy? All right, you know, my kind of guy, right? Because what did Trump represent? And so you go, all right, these are my people. The Trump guys, these are my people. Now it's like, I don't know what's going on, man. You see someone that's like against Israel, you're like, what kind of anti-Israel? What kind of American are you? What kind of anti-Israel person are you? Anyway, so our people are in the Catholic Church. That's our people. Our people are the ones that are in the Catholic Church. That, to me, that's my rock. And yeah, some of them are a little nutty. Some of these, you know, trad-cath whatevers, they're a little out there. But to me, I think that's maybe the strongest core that we have. That's what we got to get back to. So anyway, that's that. We're going to move on. You know, this Jared Kushner thing, I'm just not feeling it tonight. You know what? I'm just not feeling it. So we're just going to move on. We'll take a look at our super chats. We'll see what you guys have to say. I feel like I'm the only one that hasn't lost their minds. Psycho pro-Israel people, psycho Israel conspiracy people. And I'm just here in the middle like, hey, man, can we just go back to the way things were? I just want a country that isn't buried in diversity. Is that too much to ask for? I just want a normal country where everybody's Christian. I want a normal country where everybody kind of looks like me. Everybody's basically Christian, culturally Christian. I'll settle for that. And people dress nicely in public and people are polite. That's all I want. That's it. And so our featured story tonight, we're picking up where we left off on Iran. I don't know about you guys, but I feel like I haven't heard anything about Iran in a couple of weeks. Seems like the Iran war has faded into the background, but make no mistake about it, it's still ongoing. Strait of Hormuz is still closed by Iran, and the number of vessels that are getting through the strait, it's in the single digits every day. So to give you an idea, before the war, you had something like 150 ships on average every single day going through the strait, 150 per day. Now it's fewer than 10. And as you know, this is because Iran has reimposed its closure of the strait by attacking the shipping with drones and missiles. And for this reason, the entire planet is down about 5 to 6 million barrels of oil every single day. There's a major crunch. The only reason you're not seeing this show up in full force in the price of gas is because of an historic release of strategic oil reserves across the world, not just in the United States, but specifically in China. A major reason why we're not seeing very high oil prices and gas prices is because China has been hoarding oil in anticipation of this conflict for the past year. They have curtailed demand. They have stocked up on their reserves. And we don't really have any transparency on this, but we believe they've been releasing a lot of oil from their strategic reserves as well. There's also been 400 million barrels of oil coordinated across the world released from strategic reserves by the International Energy Association. So this is still a problem. I know that it's sort of funny. These types of stories, from time to time, they fade into the background. There's not a lot of eye-catching headlines. This is still a problem. This is still going on. Contrary to what our lying president says, the Strait of Hormuz is not under our control, and it's not open. And although there are some ships getting through, most of them, by the way, not even tankers. It's not oil and gas getting through. It's other stuff. Much to the contrary, no. The strait is under the control of Iran. It is still closed. The volume of shipping has not returned, not even close to pre-war levels. This is still a major problem. It's still a major energy crunch. And the only reason you're not feeling it as much as you should be is because we and every other country is depleting all of our reserves. But mark my words, the economic pain is here. It's baked into the cake. There's just this delayed reaction. We are going to feel it eventually, just not quite yet. So this is the situation. And we haven't heard much about the war in Iran because there hasn't been a whole lot of fighting. It's very interesting how we got here. On Monday, it had been 60 days, this past Monday, 2 days ago, it had been 60 days since the Memorandum of Understanding was signed back in June. And you might remember this was supposed to be the peace agreement that ended the war. The terms of the MOU were that Iran would open the strait, the war would end on all fronts, and since it was a war that was initiated by the U.S. and Israel, that means we were going to stop bombing Iran. And the third provision is there would be a 60-day negotiating period to work out a long-term peace agreement that governs everything else. The nuclear program, the sanctions, the regime, possibly missiles, proxies, other issues. And of course, not only has that not happened, 60 days on since the MOU, those negotiations never materialized. They just never happened. We didn't reach an agreement on anything. The Strait of Hormuz never opened, and really the war never ended. Just to give you some context. And what happened 2 weeks ago was that the President of the United States, because the MOU collapsed, thought that one way to get Iran to capitulate and allow the United States to leave the conflict and return to the pre-war status quo was to resume the bombing campaign against Iran. And so Trump and the administration were bombing Iran for 2 weeks, threatening to escalate the bombing, not just to the levels of the opening weeks of the war, but to levels that we have not seen yet. Trump said not since World War II have we seen the kind of intensity that we were about to bring to Iran. And as you recall, at the last minute, Trump called off the strikes. And not only did Trump not escalate the fighting, he stopped the fighting altogether. And Trump said the reason that we're not going to continue bombing Iran because of their violation of the MOU, he said the reason we're calling it off is because we want diplomacy to work and we want to reach another agreement with Iran. Well, that was 2 weeks ago. And as of right now, not only is there not a new deal or a better deal, there's not even negotiations. Since Trump stopped bombing Iran and called off the escalation, there's been nothing. We have not met with them directly, indirectly. There's not even a framework or parameters of a deal. I remember 2 weeks ago, Scott Bessent said, we're going to have a deal in 24 hours. The administration, the Treasury Department, the White House, the press office, they said, we're going to have a deal with Iran within a day. It's going to happen any minute now. That was 2 weeks ago. And obviously we have no deal. We're not even talking to them. And what's more, here's where it gets better. We're not negotiating, we're not bombing, and yet the Strait of Hormuz remains closed. But it gets even better. Not only is the Strait of Hormuz closed, but Iran is still attacking commercial shipping in the Strait and in the Persian Gulf every single day. Just today, Iran attacked a vessel in the Strait. Just today, earlier this week, I think it was actually yesterday, Iran was bombing commercial vessels in the territorial waters of the United Arab Emirates. And it gets even better than that. Not only is the Strait closed with Iran's aggressive posture towards commercial shipping, but also Iran's proxies, the Houthis and the Shiite militias in Iraq, are bombing Saudi Arabia to this day on their soil. So just the other day, the Houthi rebels took credit for an attack on a Saudi Aramco facility in southwestern Saudi Arabia. So picture this. In a word, Iran has continued their war against us. The Strait is closed, they're attacking shipping with drones and missiles, and their proxies are still bombing our allies in the Gulf. In the meantime, we're doing nothing to them. We didn't escalate the bombing against them. We didn't resume the bombing against them. We actually unilaterally stopped. And I said this was going to happen a few weeks ago. This was heralded when Iran, after Trump stopped the bombing campaign, Iran actually took offensive action against the United States for the first time a couple of weeks ago. After Trump decided not to continue bombing Iran, Iran initiated an offensive attack against a U.S. radar facility in Jordan. And what that signaled 2 weeks ago is that the United States is weak. We're walking away slowly because we want to leave the conflict. We have no appetite, and actually we can't even stand the war anymore. We're losing the war of attrition on the economic front with oil. We're also losing on the military front with our weapon systems, offensive and defensive weapon systems for which we're running out of munitions. And so like I said, we cannot stand to be in the conflict another day. And that's why we are unilaterally slowing down or wrapping up altogether our operations against Iran. And Iran knows this. They're talking about it openly. They see it as a weakness. They see the hesitancy. They see the reluctance, and they have clocked this as weakness on the part of the president. And this is why now they're taking the fight to us. And they're going on offense. going on offense against our facilities as far away as Jordan. Their proxies are putting the screws in our proxies, our allies. The Houthis and the Islamic resistance in Iraq are bombing Saudi Arabia's oil facilities every day, and Iran will not let shipping go through the Strait of Hormuz anymore. It was said today by Iran's parliamentary speaker. He's saying this openly in public speeches. He said the U.S. is trying to leave the war. They're looking for an honorable way to leave the conflict. And basically, he said, we're not going to let them unless they accept all of our terms. So this is the context of the war in Iran. We're losing badly. We're losing the war of attrition. We don't have any more cards to play. We have no more military options. Iran, sensing this, is now putting the screws in us and increasing the pressure. And so this is where today we finally have a new strategy. Here's the new program from the United States. Today, Trump announced, how are we going to end this war on our terms? He says there's going to be an economic D-Day. So 2 weeks ago, Trump said there was going to be a literal D-Day, like a literal air campaign. We're going to bomb them with real bombs like we did to Germany in World War II. Now Trump says it's going to be an economic D-Day. So we're not going to bomb them. Trump says we're going to ratchet up the economic pressure so intensely that it resembles the D-Day invasion, which is kind of a ridiculous premise. The whole point of D-Day is that it was, by tonnage and personnel, the biggest amphibious assault of all time. It's not really quite the same thing when you say we're going to add a few more sanctions. That resembles the D-Day invasion. We've already put every type of sanction available to us on Iran's economy. Financial sanctions, banking sanctions against their personnel, against their oil industry, against everything. We've imposed a blockade on the Persian Gulf, on all their ports. So we're going to add a few marginal sanctions on top, and that resembles the largest amphibious assault in history. It just doesn't even make any sense. And so this is a story from the New York Times. It says, quote, President Trump issued his latest threat in the war with Iran, vowing on Wednesday to impose tremendous economic consequences on countries that do business with Iran. Mr. Trump did not specify in a social media post what actions he would take. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent warned last week of never-before-seen measures to pressure Iran. Really? Somehow I have a feeling that everything they're going to do is something we've seen before. Never before seen. I wouldn't even call that a hyperbole. I'd more just say that's a straight-up lie. They're going to do a series of things, if anything, that we are totally familiar with, which we've seen already. I would venture to guess they're not going to do a single thing that any of us have not seen before. Anyway, it goes on. It says, without identifying particular countries, Mr. Trump seemed to suggest that he could target nations that buy Iranian oil. He referred to tactics that Iran has used to circumvent the U.S. sanctions that it weathered for years before the war began. The Treasury Department could impose secondary sanctions on buyers of Iranian oil, such as China, but that would ratchet up tensions ahead of President Xi Jinping's visit to the United States, which is scheduled for next month. Many neighboring countries in the Gulf region also have significant economic ties to Iran. The United Arab Emirates announced a total embargo on trade and transactions with Iran on Monday. Trump wrote on Truth Social today, quote, any country that allows its financial institutions, businesses, airports, or government entities to provide any type of lifeline to Iran will itself face tremendous economic consequences. Oil smuggling, swap lines, cash transfers, exchange houses, ship registries, front companies, it all needs to stop now. You know who you are. Mr. Trump asserted, as he has since the opening days of the war, that victory was just over the horizon and that Iran was on the ropes and hanging by a thread. So this is the new plan. We're not bombing Iran because we can't afford to. We bomb Iran and we gain nothing. Conversely, Iran retaliates against us and we have no ability to defend our infrastructure or our allies. So we're bombing Iran's southwestern coast. It is having basically no effect. They retaliate by bombing Saudi Arabia, Jordan, Kuwait, Bahrain, and we're not able to defend these countries. So there will be casualties. There will be destruction of civilian infrastructure. So instead, the United States has launched this economic campaign. The U.S. says we're going to blockade the Strait of Hormuz. We're going to attack any shipping that is associated with Iran going to their ports in the Persian Gulf. And now, because Iran is bypassing all of this, they're circumventing the sanctions as well as the blockade with their shadow fleet and falsified ship registries and other things like this. Trump says now we're going to go after the secondary countries like China or others, the United Arab Emirates, that are still doing business with Iran. The problem with this approach, just like with the military approach, is that Iran has already prepared for this. They have spent the past 25 years preparing their economy to be basically self-sufficient. That's the point. Iran is not completely reliant on any one country or all countries. They have a significant relationship with the UAE economically. Some say that the UAE is like the lungs of Iran. This is how Iran is able to do business with the world in spite of the sanctions regime against them. And today, the UAE announced their embargo against Iran. But Iran is not affected by this in a major way. The United States is not going to go after China. We have a significant trading relationship with China, and we tried to impose our own will against them a year ago. It didn't work. So that's out of the question. What reasonably can the United States do to Iran's economy that we have not already done at any time or any period in the past 10 or 15 years that hasn't already been done that is going to change the fundamental equation? The answer is nothing. And I've talked about this before. Fundamentally, it is because Iran is in an existential fight for their lives. They've been under a sanctions regime already. Things have already been bad in Iran. How much worse can it really get? Additionally, as bad as things are in Iran, and things are bad, they're estimating that Iran's economy has suffered losses in the hundreds of billions of dollars as a result of the U.S. blockade. Some say it's between $100 and $350 billion. It's a pretty widespread. But they say the damage is significant. But the reason Iran is able to weather the storm is because the war is on their doorstep. We have a much lower tolerance for economic pain because for us, this is a war of choice. Even though our economy is not as badly affected, the effects are not as adverse as they are in Iran, our tolerance for the economic pain is so much lower because this is not seen by the American public as a vital interest of the United States, much less existential. So even though compared to what's happening in Iran, $4 and $5 gas prices are an inconvenience, a mild one at best, and inflation has ticked up 1 or 1.5%, our tolerance for this kind of economic pain is so much lower because Americans don't support the war. The war is happening over there. It's a war of choice, and it's a war of choice that for most Americans, we don't even really understand the rationale for it. And if we do, we don't believe it or we don't support it. Whereas in Iran, even though their economy is being decimated, even though, like I said, the losses are in the hundreds of billions of dollars, they're rationing essential goods and services, they can't get a lot of other things. In spite of the fact the economic pain is much worse, for them, it's a matter of survival. The war is happening in their country. They are defending their country against an outside attack, trying to overthrow their government, destabilize their country, and ultimately take away their sovereignty. So even though the pain is worse, they're willing and able to bear and endure it because for them, this is a matter of survival, it's a matter of independence and autonomy, and fundamentally, it's about their sovereignty. So maybe on a long enough timeline, Iran would not be able to sustain the economic pain. Maybe it cannot go on indefinitely and permanently, but it can go on longer for Iran than it can for us. And that's the fundamental problem. Could Iran sustain the barrage of military attacks and economic pressure forever? Probably not. If we were bombing them 30,000 times a month forever, if we blockaded their ports in the Persian Gulf and had the sanctions regime against Iran forever, eventually Iranian society would collapse. But that's not the question. It's not whether Iran can survive, period. It's whether they can survive longer than we can. Can they survive the military barrage longer than the Persian Gulf countries, like Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, Bahrain, and the UAE? It's not a question of can they sustain the economic pressure forever. It's whether they can sustain it longer than the American public during a midterm election year and when the strategic oil reserve runs out. That's the question. So what we basically have learned at this point in time is that there really is no plan here, still to this day. 6 months into the war, and what you see is this administration is just throwing things at the wall to see what's going to stick. We had a plan at the very beginning, like we've talked about, which was to go in as hard as possible, overwhelming force. It was going to be, or supposed to be, a decisive confrontation that would decapitate the government. The regime would be replaced by the masses in some kind of popular uprising after the initial assault. And when that did not happen, and Iran closed the Strait of Hormuz, at that point, we were out of ideas with no plan and basically no backup options. And so we tried to just keep the pressure up. Okay, well, it didn't work in the first 4 days. Let's keep it going for 6 weeks and see how that goes. That didn't work. So then we shifted to diplomacy and we tried to negotiate with Iran. And that culminated in the MOU. And then that didn't work. So then we tried bombing them again. We said, let's try this again. Maybe if we hit them for a couple more weeks, and maybe if we threaten to expand the target bank and go after civilian infrastructure, maybe if we threaten to intensify the bombing, maybe that'll work. Turns out we already ran out of ammunition, so we tried diplomacy again. And now this is something like the fifth turn. This is like the fifth phase. The initial assault was a failure. The initial diplomacy was a failure. The return to arms was a failure. They weren't interested in going back to the table. So now we're going to try this hybrid approach where we're not bombing them, but we're also not pursuing diplomacy. Now we're at war with them economically with a blockade. Only problem is we've already been doing this for 10 years. Trump effectively imposed something like this blockade back in 2018 when we left the JCPOA. Iran has been under a maximum pressure sanctions regime ever since for 8 years. And they never came close to buckling at any time in those 8 years, even when they had massive protests back in January. All Iran did was turn off the internet and kill thousands of people, and that was it. We think we're going to shut down their economy now. They've already been made self-sufficient because of the sanctions regime. They learned how to survive under the sanctions regime, and to the extent that they could not survive, they learned how to circumvent the sanctions regime. They're circumventing the blockade of the Strait by putting their shipping in the Caspian Sea, which connects to Russia. They're circumventing the blockade with their shadow fleet of tankers. They're circumventing the sanctions regime by interacting with other revisionist powers like China and Russia. And so this is what we've been talking about from the beginning. Iran has been preparing for this war militarily, economically, for the past 2 decades. They put all of their weapons production underground. They turned their country into a weapons-making factory. Drones, missiles, centrifuges. They've got a 1 million-man army loyal to the regime that we're trying to replace. They're totally insulated from outside attempts to penetrate their society. Their regime has made the economy sanctions-proof because they've had to out of necessity. And so now what we found is that Iran is something like a porcupine. We can't swallow them. We can't step on them. There's nothing that we can do to them. And so it's like I said throughout the war, all that is left for the United States to do is really make the decision, are we going to, and are we prepared to, escalate to victory? Because that involves not an economic blockade or these minor strikes like Israel described it, a contained bombing campaign on the coast. Are we prepared to invade the islands and then siege the mainland from the islands? Are we prepared to do this? If not, and I don't think anybody in Washington thinks that's a good idea, if not, then all this is a question of how much longer are we willing to endure the pain before we accept the inevitable, which is that this is a total strategic defeat. This is a pivotal error that the United States has made in the history of our foreign policy. In our 250-year history, this is a pivotal mistake. And we fully capitulate to all of Iran's demands. And I think that we are headed there. Our other story for tonight about Iran gives us some insight into this fact, and it concerns America's footprint in the region. So in the course of the war, we've bombed Iran thousands of times. And the thing about Iran is that they've already gone to work repairing everything that we've destroyed. Israel and the United States estimate that Iran will have fully repaired their missile production capacity, their military industrial capacity, their drone and missile stockpile within 6 months at the latest. They say that by mid-2027, Iran is going to be right back to the level they were at from before the war in terms of their ability to make weapons and the stockpile of weapons. So it is as if nothing had happened. They have erased all of the damage that we've done. They're reset, ready to go midway through 2027. On the other side, the United States has been decimated. Our bases have been destroyed in Bahrain, Kuwait, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, the Emirates. We actually abandoned all of our bases before the war started because we knew we couldn't defend them. Those bases are not hardened against Iranian attacks. We have no ability to deflect any kind of missile strikes against them, so we left them, and Iran destroyed a lot of them. And now the new story from the Washington Post is that the United States is considering not even rebuilding the bases because to rebuild them would be pointless. All the bases that are in range of Iran's missiles and drones will surely be destroyed again in the event of another war, and they actually represent something like a liability. We have our 40,000 U.S. personnel that are deployed in the region, for the most part, near or in the Persian Gulf, and all they are is sitting ducks. All they are is effectively a hostage that in the event we initiate hostilities against Iran, those are going to be the casualties in the opening stage of the war. So now the Pentagon says, we're not even going to rebuild the bases. Instead, we're going to reposition all of our forces further west, further away from Iran, out of the Persian Gulf, in places like Riyadh, the capital of Saudi Arabia, which is in the center of the Arabian Peninsula, west into Jordan, or even into Israel. And we might put some of our Air Force and personnel permanently in Israel. This is a story from the Post. It says, quote, "The Pentagon is evaluating its military footprint in the Middle East in an early sign of the Iran war's potential to transform the U.S. presence in the region. One of the key areas the Defense Department is assessing is whether to pull back troops from the Persian Gulf, where America's large overseas military bases have been battered by months of Iranian strikes. The damage to these facilities has prompted a once-in-a-generation chance for the Pentagon to reconsider its presence in the region. The Defense Department has already signaled that it might not rebuild its bases as they were before the conflict. U.S. Central Command, which runs U.S. military operations in the Middle East, normally stations about 40,000 troops across almost 20 sites and a 1,500-mile arc from Jordan to Oman. America's largest and most permanent bases in the Middle East are in the Persian Gulf, where Bahrain hosts the headquarters of the U.S. Fifth Fleet, and where other states such as Kuwait house Army and Air Force assets. Allies in the Gulf have for decades depended on U.S. forces for their defense. Any regional drawdown could leave states unable to defend themselves against Iranian attacks Investing in domestic capabilities or partnering with other powers to offset the shortfall could take months to years. A recent policy proposal from Defense Priorities, a think tank advocating for military restraint, calls for closing U.S. bases in close striking range of Iran's missiles and drones, such as Kuwait. The proposal also calls for moving forces dispersed in the UAE, Jordan, and Bahrain to more secure facilities, such as the Prince Sultan Air Base near Riyadh. Now, if you've been paying attention to our coverage of the Iran war so far, this coincidentally happens to be one of Iran's demands. So for Iran to open the strait and for them to leave us alone, they're saying they want to control the strait. They're saying they want their reparations and restitution. They want the sanctions lifted. And among other things, they're saying they want U.S. military bases out of the Persian Gulf. They want us to take all of our personnel and all the bases out of the Gulf and away from Iran's borders, further west, elsewhere in the Middle East. So if this Washington Post report is correct, then what they're really talking about is capitulating. What they're effectively saying is, we're going to surrender to Iran. Think about how things are evolving. We're not bombing Iran, even though the strait is closed. We're not negotiating with Iran. We're not talking about restarting the war. So effectively, Iran controls the strait. Iran is working out an agreement with Oman, and they've totally cut the U.S. out of the process. We're kind of letting them have the strait right now. In addition, we're talking about moving our bases away. If Iran controls the strait, that means they're not going to let U.S. naval assets in and out of the Persian Gulf. So we're effectively saying, you can keep the strait, you can control which military ships get through the strait. We're going to take our bases out of the Persian Gulf and away from your borders, effectively giving Iran something like a sphere of influence over the Persian Gulf. Everything that is within striking distance of Iran's drones, missiles, even artillery, is going to be abandoned to Iran. That includes the strait, that includes the Gulf, that includes our bases near and around the Gulf and Iran's borders. And by the way, what do you think happens when Iran controls the Strait of Hormuz? Not only do they claim it and it's theirs, not only do they use their control over it to deny a U.S. naval presence inside the Gulf, but also, as we all know and have talked about, they're going to charge service fees. They're going to charge a toll. And the money they collect from the Persian Gulf, they're going to use to fund their reconstruction. They're effectively getting everything they're asking for. They're getting the Strait of Hormuz. They're getting their reconstruction fund. That's their reparations. They're getting the U.S. bases to vacate and go somewhere else, further away, where, and by the way, what is the role of these U.S. bases? Well, some of them is radar to detect Iranian missile and drone launches to intercept them. So we have less of ability to intercept Iranian projectiles, but also they're air bases that are used to launch attacks against Iran. And it makes it easier and less risky the closer that we are. So Iran is getting every single thing that they've been asking for since the beginning. They're getting the reparations, they're getting the strait, they're getting us to vacate our post. And in the end, if we decide that we're going to end the war because we can't take it anymore, and these are the terms under which we're ending it, then they also get an end to the fighting. They also get a ceasefire in perpetuity. If you're paying attention, that means they get every single thing that they've been demanding from the start, and we get nothing. Consider how we got into the conflict. We got into Iran saying we want regime change, and we want to destroy their nuclear stockpile, and we want to destroy their nuclear centrifuges, and we want to destroy their missile stockpile, and we want to destroy their navy. And these were the goals coming into Iran. We have achieved none of them, other than the destruction of their blue water navy. The Iranian regime has survived and is more defiant and hardline and entrenched than ever, so we failed on that. Their nuclear stockpile remains intact under Pickaxe Mountain, inspectors believe. So we failed on that. Iran retains their centrifuges, and we conceded the status quo on their nuclear program. So we failed on that. Not only do they retain their ballistic missile stockpile, but they're creating more ballistic missiles at a clip of 200 to 300 per month. They'll be on track to replace everything that was destroyed by the middle of next year. So we failed on that also. So our goals concerning their missile deterrent, nuclear deterrent, and their regime itself, all a failure. Not only did we fail on those reasons that we got into the war, but as the war went on, another goal became liberating the Strait of Hormuz. We now failed on that. And so now not only did we fail on everything that we intended to achieve going in, but we actually got set back. We lost our bases in the Persian Gulf. We lost the Strait of Hormuz, and now they're going to use the Strait of Hormuz to fund the reconstruction of all of their weapon systems. Think about, that's a complete and total defeat. That is a pivotal error. That is a strategic defeat on the magnitude of Vietnam that we haven't seen in 50 years. That's worse even than Iraq. Say what you want about Iraq, we did win the war. Saddam Hussein is dead. The Ba'athist regime is finished there as well as in Syria. We now have allied governments in Baghdad and Damascus. Was it expensive? Were there too many casualties? It went on for far too long. Unintended consequences, certainly. But on some level, we did achieve those initial goals. Al-Qaeda was eradicated. The Ba'athist ideology was eradicated. Saddam Hussein was eliminated as a belligerent. So was the Assad dynasty. This is a strategic defeat that we have not seen in a very long time. Failed on everything, and actually now we're worse off. Regime is there, the uranium is there, the centrifuges are there, the missiles are there, and we lost the strait to them. It used to be for everybody, now it's theirs, and we lost all our bases in the Persian Gulf. Our biggest and most permanent military facilities, we're considering scuttling and abandoning them because we cannot defend them. And now the Persian Gulf belongs to Iran. That's the extent of the failure of this administration. And it's looking like that's really it. There's nothing else that we can do. Nothing more can be done for us. That's just over. And what's sad about it is not only is this a strategic defeat for America, but this is also going to destroy Trump's legacy. Forget even about the strategic loss for the United States for just a second. Also consider how this single-handedly has brought down the legacy of MAGA. Trump, whose entire vision and agenda was that America is going to win, well, now we have the worst loss of the century. Didn't Trump roll into the White House in 2016 saying, we don't have victories anymore. We lose to China. We lose to Mexico. I'm going to have victories again. This is the worst loss of the 21st century, and it isn't even close. Arguably, we're winning in Ukraine now. Very contentious, I understand. But arguably, I mean, look, Ukraine is still mostly independent. Russia has suffered terrible losses. The war goes on almost in its 5th year in February. Technically speaking, we won in Iraq. We won in Syria. We won in Libya. Obviously, there were unintended consequences and very, very catastrophic consequences for America. But we did achieve our goal of regime change in those places. This is maybe worse even than Afghanistan, where although we fought for 20 years, eventually the Taliban just took it back over. So Trump said we're going to have victories. This is the worst defeat in the century. Also, Trump ran against the legacy of the war in Iraq. This is worse than Iraq. This is worse because we lost. We went in and we lost. We lost a ton of money, maybe $100 billion. It could be up to $1 trillion in economic losses when all is said and done, and we didn't even solve the problem. At least in Iraq, we got rid of the belligerent autocrat that was going to invade Saudi Arabia and it had a WMD program, at least in the 80s. We don't even have that. So we went into an Iraq-like war with a worse outcome. And it goes against Trump's promise of no new wars, America first. We did it for Israel. So it not only ends America's presence in the Persian Gulf in an unprecedented strategic defeat, but it's also the end of MAGA. And what is the worst thing about this is that it was totally predictable and totally preventable. I said this would happen in 2024, did I not? I told you Trump was going to bring us to war in Iran. I said Trump was the Iran war candidate. And a lot of people hand-waved that away, and they said, that's not going to happen. And then when it did, they said it's not a big deal. They said this war is only going to go 100 days, remember? Remember when Steven Crowder said, I'll eat my hat if the war goes on longer than 100 days? Well, we're entering month 7 in 2 weeks. 6 months of war. And the costs are going to be $50 billion. That's what's on paper. They're factoring in another $500 billion on the Pentagon budget because that's what it's going to cost to get our military back to where it needs to be. Plus the damage to the economy, not to mention the destruction of the bases and replenishing the Strategic Petroleum Reserve. Hundreds of billions of dollars, 6 months, strategic defeat, and ruins the legacy of Trump. It's going to be catastrophic for Republicans in the midterms. It was totally predictable, totally preventable. Now you see, now you understand. And here's the lesson, okay? This is the nucleus of it all. At the center of it is this problem, which is that the Zionists were in the driver's seat because of Stephen Miller, because of Miriam Adelson, because of Benjamin Netanyahu, because of Jared Kushner, because of Steve Witkoff, and because of all these other Jews in Trump's orbit. This is why we went to war in Iran. So for all these people that believe that the Zionist involvement in the GOP is like innocuous, we have this alliance with the Zionists. With Zionists, we win. You know, I've heard it said, AIPAC supports Republicans. AIPAC, the Israel lobby, supports Republicans. So it's not ideal, but we'll take their support because it's going to get our guy in office. And, you know, although clearly Bill Ackman and Sean McGuire are playing for the other team, they're giving money to Trump. The Zionists are going to get Republicans elected. The Zionists are going to get Trump in office. We've got this alliance with the Jewish Zionists to help Republicans, and we're going to give them their embassy in Jerusalem, and we're going to give them some stuff, and we're going to get stuff in return. That was the operating assumption of the Trump supporters. That was the operating assumption of Captive Dreamer and of John Doyle and Darren Beattie and Charlie Kirk and Jack Posobiec. That was the assumption, that we are in this marriage of convenience for political expediency with the Zionists, and like it, don't like it, they are a reality, they are a base of power, and we're going to put them on our side of the ledger to propel us to victory, and that is going to help us accomplish our goals, like mass deportations and cutting the deficit and purging the bureaucracy, among other things. But the problem with this idea and this assumption is that these Zionists are in the driver's seat. They're the senior partner. We're the junior partner. They're the decisive force. We're being dragged along for the ride. And when they go in, it's catastrophic. I see people defending Stephen Miller. Do you know that Stephen Miller was one of the most vocal and biggest supporters of the war in Iran? Ask anybody if you know in the administration. Ask anybody. Stephen Miller was one of the biggest and most vocal and most hawkish supporters of the war in Iran. But wait a second, I thought Stephen Miller was one of the good ones. I thought Stephen Miller was one of those mythical good Jews, like the chess player, among others. I thought he was one of the good ones who's based. And we've got old videos of him from high school where he's racist. And he's autistically thinking about deportations only. Yeah, Stephen Miller was one of the biggest, most vocal, most hawkish supporters of the war in Iran. As the deputy chief of staff of the White House, as a strategic counsel to the president, yeah, he pushed us into the war. I wonder why. Could it be that Trump's ambassador to Israel married him to his Jewish wife a few years ago? His Jewish wife that goes on TV and says, I have Jewish children. How dare you say that? I wonder why that guy who the Israeli ambassador officiated his wedding to his proudly Jewish wife with their Jewish kids, I wonder why they are so concerned about a war in Iran and not mass deportations. Okay, this is the problem. This is the conceit. And I've heard it also said, people look at the war in Iran and they say that Trump has squandered his legacy in this coalition. People have this immense feeling of disappointment, disillusionment. They're deflated. They say Trump put together a generational coalition and it has been wasted because of the war in Iran. What a mistake. And I love to say, no, you don't get it. The generational coalition was not wasted. It was spent. Big difference. You thought the generational coalition was put together to propel immigration restrictionists, to keep Indians out of the country? You're wrong. The generational coalition was put together to deliver the war in Iran. And now that the coalition is coming apart, the Jews don't care. Actually, I think they're kind of happy. They're delighted in a way. You don't understand. The generational coalition was like the booster rocket on the rocket ship. And once the actual payload is in order, they can detach from the booster rocket. They don't need it anymore. They got their war. They don't need the movement. They don't need the coalition. They got what they wanted. They achieved escape velocity. The payload is in orbit. We're in the war. We can't leave. Mission accomplished. And you have all these other people sitting on the curb crying because, Dad Trump didn't come to pick him up and take him to the carnival, saying, well, what a waste. We didn't get what we wanted. The generational coalition was squandered. No, dumbass, they don't need you anymore. They don't need your stupid ass anymore. You provided the votes. They got the patronage jobs, and they used the patronage jobs to do what they wanted to do, which was secure Israel's expansion. And now that they got it, they could give a damn about you and the demographics and the country and the coalition for mass deportations. Thanks, Gabe, for hiring Patrick, by the way. Nice job. Yeah. No, they don't care. That's not what they're about. It wasn't squandered. It was spent. You were used. That's what I tried to tell you. People had it backwards. They said, nah. The Jews are part of the coalition to get deportations. We'll appease those Jews so that they give us their money so that Trump can do the deportations. You had it twisted. No. They tricked you to vote for them so that they could get their war. Now they don't need you. Now they don't care about the generational coalition, the Creed concerts that we were supposed to have, the charter cities built on the blockchain and Web3. Fuck you. You fell for it again. Serves you right. You fell for it again. Award. Squidward Tentacles. We have a whole closet full of fell for it again trophies. It's crazy. It's like the mother of all I told you so's. Because they really thought, oh, this Iran war is no big deal. Trump's not going to do it. And if he does, it's not a big deal. Stephen Miller's base. The Jews are on our side. They're helping us win. Now I see these people coping. There's this one Twitter account. I forget who it is. But he's one of these guys that loves playing with his dollies. He's one of these armchair generals that's always talking about these big plans. His name's I don't remember his handle. But he was saying something like, all right, look, you Jews got your war with Iran. Now it's time for you to do something for us. Now we demand deportations and this, that, and the other. And I want to say, do you feel in charge right now? I see these people on Twitter, your coalition for mass deportations. I see these people. Do you feel in charge right now? Jared Kushner is in the administration again. We're at war with Iran. They blackmailed the universities to give reparations to the Jewish faculty. They prevent anti-Semites from getting visas to visit our country. Do you feel in charge? You're going to do what? You're going to go and stand outside the gates of the White House and say, hey, do something for us now. Why are you listening to Mark Levin? I was there in 2015 when you came down the escalator. Tell it to someone who cares, you fucking idiot. So look, this is what we need to understand. We have to get our fanatics in those decision-making positions. If it's going to be Jews who are in the coalition and it's their way or the highway, if Trump isn't pro-Israel, they're out. Look at like Mark Levin. When Trump was going to make peace with Iran, Mark Levin was furious and criticizing Trump because Mark Levin is agentic, okay? These Jews are agentic. They have an agenda. I know that's not what that means, but they have an agenda. They're pushing in an autonomous direction. They're using Trump to accomplish something. And if Trump isn't doing that thing, then they're going to criticize and they're going to protest and they're mad about it. If the coalition is made up of people like this and people like the Trump supporters who will swallow anything, they go, yeah, we'll side with the Zionists. Yeah, Trump may not do deportations, but that's politics. Like, who's going to get their way? Obviously, it's the Jews. Because they're forceful. They're insistent. They're demanding. They actually get the patronage jobs. They get the positions of power from the spoils system. We need that, but with groypers. This is why we need to play hardball. We need to be our own interest group. J.D. Vance will not condemn the groypers. Why? Because he knows that if he does, he's going to lose some votes. Votes that he needs. He can't alienate Tucker. He can't alienate the groypers. That's why when they ask him, what do you think about Nick Fuentes? He goes, oh, that guy's an asshole. But when they say, what about his supporters? Vance says, well, I'm not going to tell anybody not to vote for me. I think they're confused. I think they should vote for me. Why won't he condemn us? Because he's afraid of us. And he's afraid of us because we play hardball, like the Jews. We will say, if you don't vote, if you don't do what we say, we're not going to vote for you. We'll stay home. We'll cost you the election. James Fishback won 170,000 votes in Florida, 10%. Let's say groypers have 10% in every Republican primary. Let's just say for the sake of argument. In the state of Florida, James Fishback, against all odds, no name ID, no money, no personnel, not even really running a perfect campaign. Hard fought, but I think they made some critical mistakes. They still had 10% of the vote in a primary. Now, maybe that doesn't matter when Byron Donalds is going to get 56%. But what if the groyper contingent is 10% in Iowa, in New Hampshire, in South Carolina, in Nevada? What if during the general election, the groyper contingent is, let's say, 3%, 1%, in a state like Michigan, in a state like Pennsylvania, in a state like Georgia? Well, now you got a problem. Now you got a big problem. What if there is a groyper contingent that is 5 to 15% in the primary for the Republicans? And then what if that contingent is maybe 0.5% to 2 to 3% during the general? You got a big problem if we're not on your side. That's why we're going to insist, hey, even if it's someone like Vance, let's say, we need some big jobs. We need the chief of staff. We need the critical jobs. We insist upon our own candidate. Okay, we can't have the candidate. Well, we insist on having some very critical decision-making power. That's the difference. In this administration, people are giving it away for free. Vote for Trump. We just have to. We just have to. What do you want, the left to win? I want the left to win if I don't get what I fucking want. And people go, well, that's treasonous. The left is so terrible. Really? Could it be much worse than what we have now? I want to win. I want to win. But I want to win with our people in government to prevent things like this. That's the big picture. So anyway, That's the situation. The Iran war this is 6 months. 6 months. Trump has been in office for 18 months. This is 6 months of it. This is 1/3 of Trump's second term so far. No end in sight, ruining the midterms for us, which is going to sabotage his administration for the next 2 years. Fundamental betrayal of core principles and a key campaign promise, strategic defeat, the biggest of its kind in this century, ruining the legacy of MAGA. And it's because of this toxic coalition with the Zionists. We predicted it. It was totally preventable. Let this be a lesson. No more compromise. No, especially not with these people. You see what the result is. We're going to get into the results from the Florida Republican primary, and the two races that we're going to focus on are the Republican governor's primary and the Republican congressional primary in District 6, where Dan Bilzerian tried to unseat Randy Fine. So first, let's talk about Dan Bilzerian's effort to unseat Randy Fine. You remember a few months ago, Dan Bilzerian, the Instagram influencer, fake poker player, trust fund kid whose dad is a criminal Jew that scammed hundreds of millions of dollars from investors and now is a refuge from the Department of Justice. Bilzerian announced he was running for office against Randy Fine. Now, it's relevant that Dan Bilzerian doesn't even live in the district, doesn't even live in the state. Randy Fine is a congressman in Florida's 6th congressional district. Dan Bilzerian lives in Las Vegas, Nevada. Nevertheless, he announced he was campaigning against Randy Fine in the primary for that nomination, for that seat. Tonight, we got the results, and it was a complete blowout. Randy Fine won easily with 57% of the vote, Dan Bilzerian with 17%. Why do you think that is? Is it because Randy Fine is really popular? Is it because he's a really remarkable congressman? Is it because he's an all-around great guy? I think it has a lot more to do with the fact that nobody was really campaigning against him. This was a winnable race. Randy Fine only got 56% of the vote. If all of the challengers coalesced around one person, and one person was funded and serious and lived in the district and campaigned in the district, maybe that person could have won. Randy Fine's not exactly a popular congressman. That might have been a winnable race. But the reason it was lost is because Dan Bilzerian, who went out in this big public spectacle to try to unseat Randy Fine, he did not do a single campaign event. He was in the race for 3 months, 0 campaign events, didn't do one. As far as we know, he visited the district exactly 2 times that we are aware of, once at the very beginning and once at the very end. He bandwagoned onto a campaign event hosted by James Fishback, where he showed up at a park and handed out free tacos to a crowd of about a dozen people. He did not have a campaign platform or website until 2 weeks before the election, did not know basic information like the deadline for people to register to become Republicans, did not know when early voting started, in which parts of the district. He ran ads and sent mailers outside the district. It was a winnable race, but unfortunately, Dan Bilzerian was running an unwinnable, unserious campaign with no platform, no website, no media, no campaign events, no nothing. No ground game, no phone banking, nothing. Nothing other than tweets on Twitter. Surprisingly, you can't win an election by posting "fuck Israel" on Twitter every day, which is what I believe he thought the campaign would consist in. Posting "fuck Israel" every day on Twitter for 3 months in the hopes that eventually, if those tweets got enough engagement, that would translate into a victory in a congressional seat. Let's also talk about the donor base. He raised a somewhat considerable amount of money, something like $200,000 to $300,000. Out of the $200,000 to $300,000 raised, 50% of the donors by dollar amount were Arab Muslims. The top 5 in particular by dollar amount were Arab Muslims. And specifically, the top Muslim donors to Bilzerian's campaign were associated with CARE, the Council on American Islamic Relations. So not only is this a campaign that had no events, no platform, no website, no ground game, no phone banking, didn't know the basic information like the deadlines for voter registration, didn't know the boundaries for the district geographically, but the campaign was funded by CARE. It was funded by a foreign Muslim lobbying organization. How can you claim to be America first, much less America only, if you're being funded by Muslims from the Middle East? And I would add to that, Dan Bilzerian is Armenian. Armenia is one of the oldest Christian countries in the world. There's actually a very long and rich Christian story and culture and civilization in Armenia. It also happens to be the fact that Armenia was decimated by the Ottoman Turks about 100 years ago in a horrific, brutal genocide. And you should read some of the accounts of what happened to the Armenian Christians at the hands of the Muslim Ottoman Turks. They were brutal. They were brutal, slaughtered Armenians by the hundreds of thousands in one of the worst genocides in the last century. Not only are you campaigning on America first and America only in America, funded by Muslims from the Middle East, but you're doing so as an Armenian, which has a claim to one of the oldest Christian churches in the world, and you're taking money from the people that genocided your ancestors. People that slaughtered in the most brutal and horrific ways your Christian ancestors, your blood, your civilization, your heritage. Shame on you. How dare you come into this country and say America first, America only? You take money from these people that have your ancestors' blood on their hands? It can't be like this. This is the story of the kooks on the right. And what characterizes them is the level of unseriousness. It's that because they don't really care about our country, because they don't really care about the issues, they're just not serious about it. They don't take it seriously enough to really try and go out to win. But then there's also the lack of an ideological core. Because they're unserious, because there is no ideological foundation, because they're not even meaningfully right-wing, they don't even know the meaning or the history of America first or our country or our civilization. There's this treachery, working with the enemy. There's only one way that we're going to deliver America first, and that is with Americans. With Americans, with Christians, with the culture and identity and heritage of this country. Not with CARE, not with AIPAC, with neither. And there was something ironic then that in this race in Florida's 6th congressional district, you had a competition between AIPAC-backed Randy Fine and CARE-backed Dan Bilzerian. You had a race between an immigration restrictionist, Randy Fine, who is a Zionist Jew backed by Israel, and then on the other side, you had somebody with no real political platform, backed by the Council on American Islamic Relations from the Muslim Brotherhood, from the Middle East. Zero good options for Americans. No Christian option on the ballot, no pro-white option on the ballot, no America First option on the ballot, nobody that is America First in any meaningful sense, not even a serious campaign. So I saw the Dan Bilzerian campaign from the beginning, and I knew this was not serious. I knew this is exactly where this was going to go, and that's why the result didn't surprise me. In the end, this was the vote total. Randy Fine, 57%. Dan Bilzerian, 18%, just 18%, and having spent, I think, something like $750,000. And what's funny is that earlier in this year, when Dan Bilzerian attended by Zoom the America First United conference hosted by Amy Dangerfield, among others, they said that nobody is doing anything to put America first. Nobody is doing anything about Israel. No one is doing anything about the Jews or something like this. We need to get out there and do something. So what did Dan Bilzerian do here? By running for office and not taking it seriously, by running for office with no intention of taking it seriously or winning, no plan on how to win, no plan to win, not even giving it a good college try, not even really going out and putting the best foot forward. What did we go out and do in this big spectacle? We wasted $750,000. We're $750,000 of anti-Israel money down the tubes to get 18% of the vote. Nice. You know how much further that $750,000 could have went? If it went to some nonprofit, if it went to a think tank, if it went behind a candidate who actually had a chance of winning. What if that money went behind Thomas Massey? Might that have made a difference? What if it went behind James Fishback? You know, James Fishback only raised about $500,000. Dan Bilzerian loaned his own campaign $1 million. I think he raised another $300,000, $400,000, $500,000 on top of that. They raised 3 times as much money, and they got 17% of the vote. I think they got something like 15,000, 20,000 votes. That is what it costs to go out and do something if you're not thinking. That's what it costs to go out and just do something impulsively with no intention of winning, no plan, not taking it seriously. This is what we have to show for it. Contrast that with James Fishback. This is the other campaign that we watched in Florida. You know, it's a very competitive Florida primary for the governor's race. You had Byron Donalds. He was the front runner from the beginning. He had $100 million in the bank. Endorsed by Donald Trump, endorsed by J.D. Vance, endorsed by almost every member of the leadership of the Republican conference. He was a ranking member of the Republican conference in the House, name recognition across the state of Florida. In my opinion, this was probably an unwinnable race for anybody other than Byron Donalds, just because of those advantages alone. Florida is one of the biggest states in the country. It's a Republican stronghold. And the more people there are in the state, that means the costlier the race. A statewide race in a populous state, in a very large geographically state, it's going to be a very expensive race to try to win, especially as an insurgent. And you're running against somebody that, although he isn't an incumbent, he's got all the endorsements, he's got $100 million in the bank, he's got an operation, he's a political veteran. He's got name recognition up and down the entire state. This was probably an unwinnable race from the beginning. James Fishback had no money, no endorsements, no name recognition, no operation, very few personnel, very lean operation. I think they had about a dozen people. Half of them weren't even paid. And in the end, he got 10% of the vote, over 170,000 votes, going up against somebody, again, that outspent him 200-1. Fishback was outspent 200-1, had the endorsement of Trump and Vance. Like I said, veteran in the House, name ID up and down the state, and Fishback, a complete nobody, no operation, no personnel, no money, no nothing, got over 170,000 votes statewide. And even though he was defeated, this is what Politico had to say about James Fishback's campaign. And we'll get into some other interesting numbers. This is from Politico earlier today. It says, quote, "It's unlikely that James Fishback's head-turning mad dash through Florida's political landscape will end in victory. Yet it's just as likely that should he lose, Fishback will go down as the most influential loser in recent political history. one whose electoral blitzkrieg has appeared to mold a new political coalition of the disaffected and uninitiated. There are glimpses of it taking shape. Take, for instance, the University of North Florida poll from February that revealed Fishback as the dominant preference for Florida voters under the age of 35. Fishback won all the voters aged 18 to 25. He won the majority or the plurality of voters 25 to 35. Totally dominant with the young demographic. It says, regardless of these signals that Fishback is doing something new, he's been shut out by the state's political establishment. Earlier this June, they revoked his invite to debate Byron Donalds at a party conference in Tampa. Evan Powers, who heads up the Florida GOP, cited what they say are Fishback's anti-Semitic and racist attacks on party members. Another GOP candidate in the race, Lieutenant Governor Jay Collins, also attempted to kick Fishback off the ballot, citing residency issues. The author writes, I sat down with Wes Renaud, the president of the University of South Florida College Republicans. Renaud was the person responsible for inviting Fishback to the evening's event, and I asked him what he thought of Fishback's chances. He told me that when his chapter conducted a straw poll on the race back in February, the split was 80% to 20% in favor of Byron Donalds. By the end of the semester, he continued, the poll had flipped completely. 80% for Fishback, 20% for Byron Donalds. In one college semester, you had at a college campus, they took a straw poll of young Republican primary voters. They were 80% for Byron Donalds, the establishment, AIPAC, Trump-backed candidate. By the end, it didn't just flip a little bit, it flipped completely. 80% for Fishback, for a groyper. 80% of young people on one of Florida's largest campuses for a groyper candidate. That's the Fishback effect. It says, when it comes to Fishback, the biggest question looming over Tuesday's results appears to be less about his winning or losing, but whether his candidacy will serve as a signal flare heralding the post-MAGA era. Will his kamikaze run mark the inception of a radical style of politicking that operates at the high speeds of our networked lives and that runs on the populist wavelength of our platform communities? It seems all but certain that this dark energy will continue to surge, but who will direct the flow? This is from Politico. And if you looked closely at the results, we didn't get the turnout that we wanted. Of course, we wanted Fishback to win, and we even thought maybe he would have outperformed the polling. The polling had him at about 10% statewide, pretty consistently from February onward. Roughly starting at the beginning of this year, Fishback started to poll at around between 8 to 12% in the mainstream polls that we saw. And that was about the vote get, a little bit over 10%. I think it was about 10.5% in the end. But if you look a little bit more closely, Fishback dominated with 18 to 25 and got the plurality of under 35 in Florida. What's more, and this is a little bit more interesting to me, in the precincts where the college campuses were, in almost every single one, it wasn't just that Fishback got the majority, it was a sweep. At Florida State University, it was 90%. 90% for Fishback. In other campuses, the numbers were similar. 80, 90% for James Fishback. And remember, this is one of the biggest states in the country. This is a state that was purple, shifted rightward over the course of the past 5-6 years with a huge population, and it seems like it's virtually unanimous among the younger generation, specifically Gen Z and maybe some of the younger millennials. They chose Fishback overwhelmingly. And what did Fishback run on? What was his platform? Not only did he run an intense, like they describe it, a blitzkrieg-like campaign across the entire state, doing sometimes a dozen, more than a dozen campaign events a day on Instagram, on Twitter, with a clipping army going viral every day. I think they called 700,000 people doing phone banking, and they did it on a shoestring budget. They did all of this, and in addition, like we talked about, they changed the conversation on the issues. Fishback ran effectively something like an America First / Groyper campaign. He ran against Israel, against mass surveillance, against mass migration. He also ran against the Sneakos. He also ran against the Islamizers. Also ran against the communists, the DSA. He won 10%, won 80, 90% of Gen Z, won the college campuses, got all this viral attention by running as somebody with America First politics, and walked away with double digits in the primary in a state which, like I said, you had Byron Donalds as a shoo-in, outspent 200-1, all the endorsements, all the infrastructure, even trying to push Fishback off the ballot and preventing him in July from attending the primary debate. And I look at these two campaigns, and to me, I see the crossroads. I see the fork in the road. The bigger picture for all of us is not the 2026 midterms. I think the 2026 midterms, it's a blue wave. It's already over. Democrats are going to take back the House. More likely than not, it looks like they're going to take back the Senate. Also, America First is still incubating. We're still in our infancy in terms of organizing. We're a couple of cycles behind the DSA in terms of ground game, phone banking, in terms of fundraising. We're still in our infancy. We're still developing as a movement. So 2026, we said very early on this year, what we're really going for is trying to get Democrats in to weaken Republicans, making them vulnerable. The big picture and the big game is looking ahead into 2028. That's the real battle. The big game is not what happens in November in 2026. We knew more likely than not Fishback is not going to be the governor. We knew more likely than not there wasn't going to be some kind of Groyper uprising. We knew that this one was going to be a pretty strong Democrat sweep, and that's because of the undercurrents in politics. It's because of inflation. It's the Epstein files. It's the war in Iran. I've said it repeatedly this year. Trump is dragging everybody on the right wing down, even the people that don't like him. The big game is looking ahead into 2028. This is when the big opportunity opens up. And the opportunity is that Donald Trump, as leader of the party, spiritually and formally and officially, is term limited out of office. And the central question for all of us who are right-wing and in politics is who is going to succeed him. It's a question of succession. Because whoever fills Trump's shoes and becomes the nominee, and then hopefully the president, that person is going to define then the future of the GOP in the post-Trump era. And specifically, what direction the GOP is going to take. We are either going to advance from Trumpism further towards nationalism. If Trump was moderately against immigration, then the future is going to be more against immigration. If he was moderately America First, the future is more America First, and so on. We're either going to double down on Trumpism. Trumpism is a stepping stone to something more radical, more right-wing, more dramatic, more nationalist, or the GOP is going to backslide back towards the neocons, the free traders, the free market people. It's going to backslide towards Ted Cruz, Nikki Haley, Marco Rubio. That's the central question of 2027 and 2028 before us. Our only hope as the nationalist right is that we have to defeat both J.D. Vance and Marco Rubio when Trump steps aside. That's the question. How are we going to define the future of the GOP in the post-Trump era, getting in between Vance, controlled by Peter Thiel and Palantir and Elon Musk, which is the money behind his operation? How do we get behind or between that and the neocons, the backsliders on the other side, Ted Cruz, Nikki Haley, Ben Shapiro, the rest of them? And the answer is somebody like James Fishback. Maybe not necessarily Fishback, although I wouldn't dislike seeing him run in 2028. But the answer is that in the 2028 Republican primary for president, After the Democrats weaken this administration and everybody in it, including Vance and Rubio, after the Democrats weaken the Republican brand by investigating this administration, exposing their corruption, hopefully impeaching not just Trump, but other members of the government, when the Republican brand and Trump's legacy in this administration is in the gutter, and Vance and Rubio enter the race trying to salvage it, the big play for all of us to define the future of the right wing is to run that kind of dark horse, digital, populist campaign like James Fishback did this year. Like Politico said, it doesn't matter whether he wins or loses. Doesn't matter by how much he wins or loses. What matters is that he captured the imagination of the young people. What matters is that he didn't win the majority of boomers in the villages or the majority of Jews in Miami-Dade. He didn't win the majority of Cubans in Miami. But you know who he did win? Fishback won the majority of young white men at Florida State University. He won the majority of young white men on all the Florida campuses. Why is that uniquely a problem? Because in 2027 and 2028, Fishback has shown the playbook for that next candidate who's going to run in the presidential primary, how they're going to get the young white men on board, not as voters, but as volunteers. That's where they make the difference. The young, digitally literate, populist right-wing candidate who takes the James Fishback blueprint and applies it on the national level and wins the young white men on the campuses at the national level, that person will have an army of 50,000 volunteers in Iowa and New Hampshire and South Carolina and Nevada. They don't need to win the majority of the voters right out of the gate because the voters don't vote until January 2028, February, March 2028, in those early primary and caucus states. Between then and now, what matters is who can get those young, energized, enthusiastic white men to deploy, to do the phone banking, do the ground game, do the digital intifada, pardon the expression, but you understand what I mean by this, to be online posting the clips, because whoever is able to marshal those resources, that person is going to change the narrative surrounding 27 and 28. And not if, but when the general electorate, not just the Democrats and independents, but Republicans too, when they are exhausted with this Trump administration, when they are frustrated and resentful over inflation and the war in Iran and the corruption in the government, they're going to be looking for the next big thing. They're going to be looking for the AOC of the right. They're going to be looking for the John Ossoff of the right. They're going to be looking for the Zohran Mamdani of the right. And the Fishbacks, the Fuenteses, we're the kinds of people that are going to give it to them. We're the kinds of people that are providing the blueprint for the campaign that is going to answer that question. And whoever steps up in 27 and 28, that person is going to be answering Politico's question. Who steers the energy from the populist, digital, young people on the right wing? It's going to be that person in the next cycle. That's the big picture. That's the plan. It's not about getting people out there to just go and do something and run failing primary campaigns, tweeting about Israel exclusively. No, wrong, false. It is about translating what has been online into the real world. It is about translating this young resentment and frustration and disenchantment with politics and translating that into a right-wing vision. How do we get these young people that are frustrated with diversity and DEI and feminism and inflation and the job market? How do we capture the imagination of these people with a tangible vision that celebrates America, celebrates our identity, attracts people to go out there in those early primary states enough that they're going to phone bank and door knock and go online and spread the message? That's what matters right now. So We're building something here. I'm not interested in influencers that want to go and hang out in Las Vegas and go and do bullshit conferences and run bullshit campaigns. I'm interested in people that want to build. I'm interested in people that want to donate to a serious campaign, people that want to phone bank for a serious campaign, volunteer for a serious campaign, write policy for a serious campaign. Right now, we are building the scaffolding for the campaign of the future. That's the project that I'm interested in right now. I'm not interested in debating about the magic bullet theory, actually. I'm not interested in debating about time travel and Romanian orphanages and talking about black cubes and these kinds of things. I'm interested in the political project that installs a far-right nationalist into the White House in 2028, 2032, or 2036. That's the project that I care about. And to that end, James Fishback, although he didn't give us the governorship, he gave us the manual. He gave us the handbook. And on Fishback in particular, I do want to talk about his campaign. Let's talk about the positives first. James Fishback is young, white passing, let's say. Looks a little bit ethnic. That's okay. He's young. He's a man. White passing. Very sharp, very smart, very media trained and literate, good on his feet, great with the issues, excellent rhetoric, naturally made for clips, naturally made for the digital campaign. What's more, look at what they were able to do on a shoestring budget. Byron Donalds won 57% of the vote with $100 million. Fishback won 10% of the vote with $500,000. So Byron Donalds got 5 times as many votes with 200 times the money. Byron had the endorsement of Trump, Vance, all the Republican leadership. Fishback had none of that. Byron Donalds had a massive team across the state. I think Fishback had a dozen people with no experience. So given what Fishback had at the beginning, they clearly outperformed expectations. Take a guy with no name recognition, no money, no operation, no personnel, no staff, no experience, throw him into the 3rd biggest state in the country, going up against a shoo-in that has everything. See how many of them are going to get in the double digits, especially in a crowded field with a dozen other candidates. I think they clearly outperformed expectations. Here would be the criticisms, and to me, this is the thing that matters. What they thrived in with digital and with on-the-ground, in-person events, stopping at the Waffle Houses and the IHOPs, the gas stations, writing personal emails and phone calls and so on, they thrived in those areas. They lacked in the more conventional areas. Wasn't a ton of television, print, and radio advertising. They didn't do a lot of phone banking until the very end. There wasn't a huge push to do phone banking or solicit volunteers until about 2-3 weeks before the election. As far as I'm aware, they had no ground game, no door knockers. They had people spinning signs around on street corners, and that's good, and they have the IRL events, but one person can only do so many campaign events in a given day. You need people knocking on the doors. This is what we lack that the DSA has. We talked about Zohran Mamdani earlier this year. In Mamdani's campaign in 2025, they knocked on 2 million doors. They made 3 million phone calls. They literally called half of the population of New York. They knocked on the doors of 1/4 of all New Yorkers in the city. And yes, Zohran was viral on TikTok, media literate, digital team. He had all the things that Fishback had, but he just also had the organization. Now, in Fishback's defense, the DSA is headquartered in New York City, and they've been building this headquarters in New York City for 45 years, for literally half of a century. The DSA has been organizing and recruiting there. That's their stronghold. It's a much smaller place than Florida, much smaller population, and they had an army that had been built up over 50 years, but especially over the past 10 years. This is something that Fishback just didn't have. It doesn't exist in Florida. And so my takeaway from this Florida primary, having looked at all these lessons from, let's say, Casey Push in Ohio, from Dan Bilzerian in Florida's 6th, from James Fishback in Florida. To me, the answer is very simple. Have to have the vision, the digital campaign, create a right-wing platform that energizes young people, disregard the kookery, keep the Hitler Holocaust talk far away from it. If you're running for office in America, don't be talking about Hitler and the Holocaust. Don't be talking about we want to nuke Israel and kill Israelis. You're running for office. We want to win. We want power. Keep the kookery out of it. Run on a platform that is right-wing, Christian, nationalist, anti-immigration. Run a phenomenal digital campaign. Be professional. Translate it into the real world. Work hard. Do campaign events. Be media trained. And the thing that we have to take into 27 and 28 is the ground game. That's the most important thing. We're waiting for the candidate in 27 and 28. And in the meantime, what we need to be focused on is getting the young people into their college Republicans. You're a young person watching the show. You want to get involved. And by young, I mean anyone between the ages of 18 and 40. If you're between the ages of 18 and 40, it is time to find your local Young Republicans chapter. Just Google it. Google Young Republicans of your state, Young Republicans of Illinois, Young Republicans of Wisconsin, Young Republicans of Florida. Find your local chapter and go to the meetings. Become a dues-paying member. If you're in college, join the college Republicans too. And start to begin to network. The college campuses is where this is going to happen. Why do you think they took Charlie Kirk out? Here's something I would say that, let me throw a bone to the Charlie Kirk conspiracy theorists. They say, why would Israel want to take out Charlie Kirk? They say, even though Charlie Kirk was less anti-Israel than Tucker and Candace, the reason it mattered more if he was anti-Israel is because of his influence over the young people. But it's not just his influence over the young people, it's that he had an organization. Thousands of chapters on campuses. That's power. That's power. It's that Charlie Kirk could influence and control and organize hundreds of thousands, I think, maybe tens, hundreds of thousands of college Republicans, young Republicans in every state, on every campus from coast to coast. That was an army. That was an army of would-be volunteers, bureaucrats, apparatchiks, future policymakers. So to the extent that people talk about Charlie Kirk's importance, what was it? It was his central role in organizing on the campus. And I will not dispute that that was his importance. And taking him out of the equation has been a major hindrance for that reason. And so this is why, if we want to succeed in 27 and 28 as nationalists, we just need to take that playbook. We're not going to do it openly. We're not going to broadcast it, although I'm doing this broadcast right now. But you have to slowly and subversively start joining up in this coming semester, this fall semester, or next year. Get in your young Republicans, get in your college Republicans, and start identifying the other groypers. Don't reveal your power level. Don't come to the first meeting and say, hey, I watched Nick Fuentes. Who else? Don't do that. But go to these meetings, pretend to be a normie, and over time, you're going to figure out who's ideologically on side. And this is how, on every campus, in every county, in every state, in the entire country, one groyper becomes 5, 5 becomes 10, and one YR chapter talks to another, and the other CR chapter, and the rest of them. And then in 2027 and 28, when that campaign emerges that's going to be running on the nationalist platform, that's going to be the ground game. That's going to be the campaign. That's your Zohran Mamdani DSA. That's the analog to their army, their red army on the ground doing phone banking and door knocking. And so when the Iowa caucus shows up, I'm going to want all the Iowa young Republicans, all the Iowa college Republicans, they will be there phone banking and door knocking for Fishback 2.0 in 2028. so that we can win the Iowa caucus. And then they'll be there in New Hampshire the next week, and Nevada and South Carolina the week after that. And then they'll be in all the Super Tuesday states. That's the goal. That's the mission. How do we beat the money next time? How do we beat the $200 million spend from the AIPAC-backed, Trump-endorsed candidate? It's with the people power that comes from the fusion of online attention getting and in real life organizing. That's the playbook. We have to put a Zohran Mamdani, James Fishback digital campaign that is going to energize people, go viral, get people excited, turn out the young people on the campuses, get them paying attention. And then we need to combine that with the DSA Mamdani ground game that's going to knock on 100 million doors, call 100 million phones. That's the only way we're going to do it. We have to create the machine. We have to create the movement. People talk a lot about what we are going to do, but there is no we. We cannot act. We are disorganized. Okay, this is sort of like a kind of a foundational principle that, like, if you have one stick, you could break it. If you have a bundle of sticks, it's harder to break, that's sort of like a foundational premise. We talk about what we are going to do, what is to be done by us, but there's no us, there's no we, because we are not organized. We cannot act corporately. We cannot act collectively, so there's no will right now. But if, as individuals, you go out and begin to identify other individuals, and then we begin to organize and create this interstate, intercollegiate network, then there will be a we. And then we will be able to do things. Can't presuppose that there is a we that will do things until we actually build it. That's the plan. That's the agenda. So, when these people at these conferences say, you're not doing anything, you're just doing a talk show. The talk show is a foundational part of it. Because the talk show, this is like your pamphlets, it's like radio, and all the revolutionary movements that came before. This is putting the signal out to the millions and millions, to the masses, and then it is on those young people, not the 50% plus one, but the young people on the campuses that will receive the signal, they will go out, and one person can knock on 5,000 doors. That's how you have this disproportionate effect. That's why they say it only takes 3% of the population for a revolution. Look at other examples throughout history. Look at other revolutions. Did they have 50% when it happened? Did they have 50% ever? No. They started with that 1, 3, 10%, and it kept growing. That's the platform. So those are the lessons I would draw from the primary. This is praxis. This isn't theory. I'm not interested in debating Candace Owens about, well, can a 30-06 bullet do that? What does it mean that the fingerprints were degraded? Let's get to the bottom of this. Leave it to the judge. I'm not interested in that. Nick and Ben Shapiro agree that Tyler Robinson killed him. Yeah, and that is immaterial. And Dan Bilzerian says, you're a Fed because you don't believe it. I'm not debating. You are an idiot. Go play paintball. Immaterial, not relevant, doesn't matter. That is not praxis. You are not thinking about what is to be done. We know the theory. We know the doctrine. The doctrine is America first. Immigration restriction, ending foreign influence, ending foreign wars, reindustrialization. That's the program. Now the question is what is to be done. It is for the young people watching the clips in the show to start to get organized. These college Republicans are soft targets, meaning they're able to be penetrated. They are defenseless against this. If you go to the YRs and the CRs and we just simply show up and organize there, that's your army. That's your coalition. That's what you can do. It's not about one guy running for office from Twitter. Hey, fuck Israel, vote for me. I think it's tomorrow. I'm not sure the deadline. That's not the answer. The answer is biding our time, being patient, building things brick by brick. One guy going to a YR identifying 6 other Groypers, and then that little cell identifying another cell in the neighboring county. And they get together and become 12. And they meet another similar outfit, and then that becomes 24. And you knit this together like a quilt across the country. They start to bleed into each other. And then those people go and campaign. That's the only way we're going to do it. That's politics. And honestly, that's what Turning Point USA was doing, but just with the wrong vision. Turning Point USA was doing this, but for like some kind of pro-Trump, pro-Israel, free market takeover of the GOP. We need to adopt the Turning Point strategy, but for the Groypers. So these are my lessons from Florida. Fishback showed us the blueprint. It wasn't a perfect campaign, but they still punched way above their weight. He's a remarkable talent. He'll be a part of the mission in the future. I know it. They showed us the way. And by the way, this is the last thing I'll say, and then we're going to move on. We'll take a look at the super chats. Fishback not only showed us the blueprint, and not to glaze, but I do really mean this. He showed us how we should conduct ourselves. Fiercely intelligent and hardworking. This is how we all have to be. This guy was out there. He did 16 campaign events yesterday. 16 campaign events in one day. And then ended the day answering emails and phone calls from voters. And that was the pace of the campaign from the beginning. He no-lifed the campaign for months. Living on the road, he took 3 days for a honeymoon in Disney World and then went right back to work. Making no money, not having a personal life, living on the road, doing a dozen campaign events every day, emails, phone calls, always being on. Extremely knowledgeable about all the subject matter, having a policy on every issue. He was not just fluent in complaining about Israel. He was fluent in the other issues too. He was fluent in FAA regulations about aviation. He was fluent in the education system. He was fluent on all the policy areas because he studied also. And he was presentable. He could talk to people that disagreed with him and sound like a politician. He was funny and edgy, but he also knew where the line was. When Sneeko tried to bait him into saying the N-word, he said, I'm not going to say that. I'm trying to get elected. Smart. They tried to bait him into denying the Holocaust. Didn't take the bait. Smart. And listen, he probably believes in the Holocaust because he's a good guy, right? It's like he translated it in the right way. This is what we all should look at as the example. How do we translate our ideas and our mission into real life? We have to put the best face of this movement forward by being the most knowledgeable, most hardworking, most disciplined, most congenial and diplomatic. Contrast that with someone like Zohran Mamdani. Same thing. Mamdani is a radical. He's a communist, hates whites. Look at the people he hires. His aide said, I can't wait to annihilate the white middle class. He's a radical, but everyone loves him because he's all smiles. And he hides his power level. He's a good politician. He's an everyman, shakes everybody's hand, hard worker. His foot soldiers are out there working as hard as he is. That's what we need. We don't need people posting fuck Israel on Twitter. We got enough of those already. Everyone gets the point. We don't need anybody else posting fuck Israel every day. We don't need any more malcontents. We don't need any more crazies that you ask them, how's the weather today? And they say, well, fucking AIPAC is fucking Israel. And we don't need that. No, wrong. We need to become the leadership before we take leadership, if that makes sense. We want to lead, become leaders. You want to have the mantle of leadership. You don't learn how to be the leader once power is conferred upon you. Power is conferred upon you when you are the leader because of the strength of your virtue and character and what you're doing in the world. So I would say that he is truly a model that everybody should look up towards. That is what a proto-Groyper president is going to look, sound, and act like. Again, it wasn't picture perfect, but it is the best iteration so far. And that's why he got so much earned media and so much attention. That's why they're worried about him. That's how he got double digits with $500,000 in the bank. It's quite simple. It's not easy, but it is relatively simple. So anyway, so those are my reflections on Florida. We're not going to get into Jared Kushner tonight, but that is the program for the young people. If you're one of the young people watching the show, we don't need 100 million. We need 10,000. Can we get 10,000, 5,000 young white men to sign up for the CRs and the YRs, clean up the language? And I'll have to be a better example. I'll have to become the example of this to demonstrate for all of you in the future. But that's the kind of numbers that we need to fill up the ranks and then to be sitting in wait, prepared for the right opportunity. That's the goal. That's how we can stop wasting time. So anyway, so that's that. We're going to move on. We're going to take a look at our super chats. We'll see what you guys have to say about all this. 10%. That's all you need. I'll take it. 170,000 groypers in the state of Florida. And think about it this way. Because of all the attack ads against Fishback, every one of those 170,000 people, they knew exactly what they were voting for. Think about it. It's not like Fishback was Casey Push. You could say that if it was a two-man race and in one side you had Byron Donalds and the other side you had a guy, you could say, well, maybe people voted for the other guy just because he wasn't the main guy, right? If it was Fishback and Donalds, you could say that every Fishback vote was equally a Fishback vote as much as it was a not Byron vote. But since it was such a crowded field, and since there was so much money spent, and since people vilified Fishback, it's not just that 10% of people voted for Fishback. 10% of people in Florida, 170,000 people in Florida, voted for Fishback knowing full well he's a groyper. He's a groyper. He's far right. He's, groyper-esque, I should say. He's America First. If even 10% of those people are volunteers, that's 17,000 volunteers. If even 1% of them are volunteers, that's 2,000 volunteers in the state of Florida alone. It's a numbers game, okay? I'm a numbers guy. It's a numbers game. That's the white pill. If he won Florida State, if he won all the universities, if he won all the under 35s, we can find 20,000 organizers out of the people that knowingly pulled the lever for Fishback in 2026. And they know that. They know that that's how this works. They've kept a lot of people in the dark because a lot of people don't understand the structure and the anatomy of how this works. People think you need 51% of the vote. No, you need a small percentage of highly motivated people that will create a political apparatus that will then be able to overpower the existing one. That's what you need. So no, I mean, yes, the old people may vote for the establishment Republican, but if all the young people are with us, all the young people are going to create the next generation political machine, and that machine will then be decisive. That's the point. So anyway, that's your last white pill from Florida. That's how we have to think about these things. We can work with this. We're going to move on. We're going to dive into the show. I want to talk about this Candace Owens debate. I was really looking forward to this, and I'm glad they did it. I am glad that they made it happen because it wasn't clear that they would. There were these high-stakes negotiations. It felt like the Strait of Hormuz. It felt like the war in Iran. It was like, we're going to do the debate. No, we're not. Well, negotiations are underway. Well, Iran says this, Candace Owens said that. So I didn't know that they were actually going to do it, but they finally ironed out the details. They got it together. They did the debate. I almost didn't believe it was going to happen, but they made it happen. And I'm sure you all watched it. Friday morning, it was at Candace Owens' house in her tiny studio. I say this because it was sort of an uncomfortable setup for a debate. They're right on top of each other. And Patrick Bet-David kind of awkwardly in the back, legs spread, wide open, power stance. And so they did the debate at her house in the morning. I thought the terms were that it was going to be 3.5 hours and very structured, and there was supposed to be a format, but there really wasn't. And the runtime, I think, was about an hour less than what it was supposed to be. I think in the end, it was about 2.5 hours. And the debate was supposed to have this structure where there would be opening statements and cross-examination and closing statements, and there really wasn't anything like this. And there was supposed to be a series of topics, but instead it was more free-flowing, and it was all over the place. So I'm glad that they did it. I watched the debate very intently, didn't have my phone on me. I was just dialed in on the debate. And I have to say, even though I'm glad that they made it happen, I'm glad that they did it, I walked away from the debate very unsatisfied, and I'm not sure if you guys feel the same way. As far as who won the debate, I guess I'll just say that at the outset, I think it was basically a draw. And here's what I will say about the winner and loser of the debate. On the one hand, Candace Owens, from the point of view of the purpose of the debate, which is actually to discuss evidence and whose theory is more correct, she very clearly lost the moment that she said she had no evidence. That's a loss to me. Her and her fans are on social media all weekend and since Friday saying she clearly won. All the polls say that she won. But if you go to the debate arguing that Tyler Robinson is not guilty and instead was a patsy, and the real culprit is Israel and some government operative, but you come to the debate and you fully admit you don't have any evidence, you have no evidence, you can't prove it, I think at that moment you lose. At that moment, you have effectively forfeited the argument. It's like if you go to a Christian debate versus Muslim debate, and you're a Muslim, and you go to the debate and you say, I don't have any proof. I have no proof. I can't prove anything. I'm just asking questions. I think you kind of forfeit. That's it for you. And if you go to the letter of the law, if you go to the actual text, black and white of the transcript, this is what she says. She says, I have no positive proof. I can't prove what I'm saying. I fully believe that he did it, but I can't tell you why or show you why, and I have nothing to show for it. Her only evidence is that she received a tip from an unnamed source, the contents of which we don't know what it is, and she passed that along to the government. And that was really the argument. So from one perspective, she clearly lost because she did not prove a single thing that she has said. And more on that later. I don't think anybody that believed Tyler Robinson was the suspect, or the culprit, I should say, I don't think anybody that went into the debate not believing her theory, not believing what she is saying, not one of those people walked away from it convinced otherwise. Nobody, like myself included and anybody else, came into that debate skeptical of Candace and walked away saying, you know what, she really made her case. She really proved it beyond a reasonable doubt. I don't think that was the case at all. So she did not win in any meaningful way. I also don't think that Andrew Wilson won either, because by the same token, I think that his strategy was wrong. He went into the debate using words like inference and standard of evidence and positive evidence, among other things. And these are words that Candace Owens is just not familiar with. These are things that they're just not relevant in her world, and they're not relevant to the supporters. Like I said earlier, her invective since the assassination of Charlie Kirk has been all about feelings and vibes and intuition and dreams and things of this nature. And so if the goal on Andrew Wilson's side, paying the $300,000, creating this big spectacle, if the goal was to dissuade her supporters from believing in her and to discredit her and the things she's saying, the strategy should not have been to use this kind of legalistic framework or use any kind of formal debate framework. It should have been to humiliate her. If the goal is to discredit and her audience do not believe in reason and are not rational, then the goal should have been to humiliate her. And that is more of a tactical decision. And it's more rhetorical. It's to make her look dumb. It's so that the perception is that she is dumb. And I don't think he did a very good job of that. I think he was far too charitable, far too good faith. I think that there were opportunities when she clearly was on the ropes and he did not take advantage of those opportunities to press. And so I think there were a lot of missed opportunities. There was a lot that was left on the field, and I don't think he did a good job of making her look dumb. And so by the same token, from the other perspective, I don't think anybody that believed in Candace Owens wholeheartedly going into the debate walked away thinking she's clearly an idiot, she has no evidence, she doesn't know what she's talking about. So in that sense, I think it was a draw. And overall, I don't even think it was a good debate. To the extent that people believe this is something that is contentious, and by that, I mean they're not convinced that Tyler Robinson is the killer, I don't think it was a good exploration of the topic. I don't think even we exhausted the topic during the debate. So much of the time was spent on a lot of semantic things, technical things, things that weren't even really relevant to the main conversation. Almost the first hour in its entirety was laying out what the positions were and defining the terms. How likely do we think it is that Tyler Robinson is guilty? What do we mean when we say there's overwhelming evidence? What would we like to see to believe that Tyler Robinson was the killer? None of this really actually has a lot to do with the evidence itself. And yet that was maybe half or a third of the entire debate. So I don't even think it was an exhaustive treatment of the subject matter at all. So this is why I say it was deeply unsatisfying and not a good watch. And I would say that for the most part, what it was really about is who could be the sassiest. It was clearly not a friendly debate. It was hostile from the very beginning. And I think that most of the clips that you're seeing on social media, it's really more about who was the snarkiest and who was the most smarmy. I see one of the quotes that went viral from the debate is when Candace Owens said, "I can explain it to you, but I can't understand it for you." And this is just a statement without any substance. It actually doesn't mean anything. And when you hear something like this, you realize that what Candace Owens is, at the core, in her heart of hearts, is she is the right-wing version of Ketanji Brown Jackson. That's literally what she is. That is the most accurate analog. She is the right-wing equivalent of Ketanji Brown Jackson. In the same way that Ketanji Brown Jackson is underqualified, ignorant, barely literate, in the same way that she's injecting into the record of the Supreme Court all this snark and sass, you understood the assignment, this sort of thing, it's exactly the same on the side of Candace Owens. She's a total ignoramus. She is a typical sassy, ignorant, uppity black woman that a large crowd on the right wing of mostly women, but also some of these like wife guy types are enamored with. That's really what she is. That's what she does for the right. And so it's not much different than, for example, when Kamala Harris says during the debate, "Excuse me, I'm speaking. A black woman is speaking." And progressives eat that up. It's identical. In the same way that Kamala Harris goes in the debate and says, "I'm speaking." And all these progressives go, "Oh my gosh, she ate him up. She ate," who was it at that time? Mike Pence. "She ate him up. Oh my gosh, she ate and left no crumbs." How is that any different than when Candace Owens says to Andrew Wilson, "Sweetie, honey, I can explain it to you, but I can't understand it for you." And Ian Carroll and all the other shitheads go, "Oh my gosh, Queen, go off." I mean, it's the exact same thing. How do people not see this? How do people not see that she's another one of these black women, these iconic black women, that it's exclusively women on the right wing that adore her? And like I said, a small subset of men like Ian Carroll, guys that were like Bernie bros, these like Burning Man hippie types They still got a little bit of that in them from before, from back when they were progressives. It's the same thing. And that is really the only portion of the debate I think that anybody really remembers. It's not too much of the substance. It's just that sort of thing. When Andrew Wilson says, I have the text messages, but I'm not going to release them. I'm going to drip them. Isn't that what you do? I can explain it to you, but I can't understand it for you. This is the level that